Good afternoon. If you're joining us for the closed session opening, I'm here to announce that the City Council will convene at 4:45. City staff is proposing that the closed session items will not be heard. So please join us again at 4:45. At that time, the council will be convening. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm calling this City Council and Authorities concurrent meeting to order. Roll call, City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Hardy.
Present.
Vice Mayor Park.
Here.
Let the record reflect that Councilmember Jane is not present yet. Councilmember Becker.
Here.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to our city attorney to talk about the two items that we were going to discuss in closed session, but have not.
Thank you,
City
Madam
Attorney.
Mayor. Yes, there's no need to go in on either of the items listed on the closed session agenda, but since they were posted on the agenda, we thought it appropriate to indicate that for the record. It would also be appropriate, Mayor, in the unlikely event anyone was here to speak to those items, to solicit public input.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone here in the chambers or online that would like to give public input to the two closed session items? I don't see anyone in the chambers, and there is no one online, correct? Okay, we have no public input. Then we can,
Recess. Yeah, if
okay.
you'd like to recess to the 5 o'clock study session. Yep,
So I'm
no
going-
other action necessary.
So I'm going to recess, just directly to our study session. Okay, so now this is
Oh, Madam Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yes.
My apologies. That's noticed for commencing at 5 p.m.
Okay.
So we might actually need to take a brief physical
Okay.
recess and then reconvene at 5 o'clock.
a 9-minute break. Yay. Take it while you can, Finance Department. You'll be the stars tonight. Thank you. All right, we'll come back at 5 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to our 5 o'clock study session. We are going to be looking at item number 2 on the agenda, which is a study session to review the proposed fiscal year 2023-24 and fiscal year 2024-25 biennial operating budget and fiscal year 2023-24 capital improvement program budget changes. So I'm going to turn this over to our city manager first, and then our finance director. So welcome, everyone. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, members of the council, and members of the public, Javon Grogan, city manager. It is a pleasure to be here tonight for our study session on the biannual budget. I just want to first off compliment staff for putting together a budget document. As a council and staff knows, I started with the city of Santa Clara last Monday, but have had a number of meetings with staff reviewing the proposed budget. And as we all know, the deficit went from 27 million down to 8 to 9 million over the 2-year budget cycle. So I know a lot of work has gone into this. I know there's been a number of council briefings, and just we're here tonight to support you through your through this presentation and any questions you have. And I'll turn the presentation over to Ken Lee, our finance director.
One second. Before we start, City Manager, I planned on formally introducing you to the community at the next the 7 o'clock meeting. So I didn't want you to think I forgot about that, but we'll have the formal introduction. And I also wanted to say that just to manage everyone's expectations, we have a council meeting that starts at 7 p.m. We have lots of people coming this evening. So I was going to ask the council that when Director of Finance gives his presentation, that we organize our questions and or our comments about the budget. So we give the council members each an opportunity to weigh in on the budget, and then we'll go to the public to get the public's input on our budget. And then those answers to the questions or comments or requests will come back to us at our next study session on June 6th. Is that a Tuesday? Yes, Tuesday, June 6th. All right, so with that said, thank you very much, City Manager and Director of Finance. Welcome.
Great. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the budget this evening, and thank you, City Manager, for the kind remarks. Before I get started, I just wanted to introduce and thank the strong and hard work of our budget team, and that's led by Margaret McCann and staff here. They're present for any questions that might come up, but just want to acknowledge the long hours, the weekends, the late nights, and the hard work to go into this almost 700-page document. For tonight's agenda on the screen here, this is the first of 3 check-ins for the public, for the council on the budget. This is a 2-year operating budget with our capital changes. I wanted to spend some time grounding us in just the context through the overview. There's a good portion of the presentation that's focused on our 10-year financial forecast. That's something that I usually present in the spring as part of a priority setting. Since I did not do that, I wanted to spend some time just to update the public and the council where we're at. As City Manager mentioned, our deficit has been reduced, so I want to talk about those changes. And then a portion of the presentation on the 2-year budget before you, capital changes, a check-in and update on council priorities, some of those that have been funded in the past, and then some options to consider for potentially a November 2024 a ballot measure. And then the last bullet there, just a roadmap in terms of timing from here to July. So by way of overview, I'm, as a finance director, it's always hard for me to say this is good news, but I would say this is better news. There's always risk and challenges that are ahead, but this is a lot better news, and happy to report that this budget provides stability for our community services, the direct services that our public, our council are used to. This budget provides funding to continue to support those services. In the budget, as City Manager mentioned, it reflects a decrease of our 10-year forecast from $27 million deficit to $9 million, and I have many slides to walk through on that. And with that, the preservation of services with a much lower level of reductions in service impacts in a $9 million deficit scenario versus a $27 million scenario. So I'll talk about that. And then we'll go through some of the capital adjustments. This is the second year, we're entering the second year of the adopted capital budget. So every so often there are changes in between the fiscal budgets. On the next slide, an overview and a reminder, where have we been as an organization, both financially and operationally? We've had significant upheaval triggered by the pandemic, and we're not alone. Many of our neighboring cities, even the county, recently projected a deficit. So many of our cities in the region have had a financial deficit as it related to the pandemic. So we're not alone in terms of a financial position that we had to address, and I'll talk about that. We continue to have high vacancies. We've had high vacancies. We've had cost controls. Those were implemented in April, right after the pandemic was announced. Very critical to guide us through 3 years financially. And in that time, we used approximately $80 million of one-time reserves and stimulus funding, and that's helped to preserve services, address shortfalls, and allow time for recovery to where we're at today. The second to last bullet here, we've had 3 successful ballot measures. Our residents have spoken with the City Council's support around TOT business tax and our utilities transfer. Extremely vital to fund the services in this budget. And then in that last bullet, we've had a balanced approach. Our budgets have not been solved just entirely by cuts, not entirely by revenues or reserves. It's been a balanced 3-pronged approach. Where are we now? And so several months ago, when the COVID restrictions were lifted and the emergency was lifted, our organization continues to align to what I will call a new normal here. Cost controls, as I mentioned earlier, had allowed time for successful recovery. And so as we look at the organization today, we have a high level of vacancies that continue to impact service deliveries. Wanted to acknowledge that, both good and bad. In the good, financially, it saved us $10 million last year. Those cost controls were extremely critical. But we currently have a 16.7% vacancy rate as of the beginning of this month. And so department vacancies continue to run high in an environment where recruitments are extremely competitive. And in some departments, such as SVP, a 24% vacancy rate is currently exhibited. So from a service level, we acknowledge that we are still recovering out of COVID. This budget allows for the funding of improved services as those recruitments continue to be filled. And then the last sub-bullet here on high vacancies, we ran some of the data with HR. Just in any given environment over the last 3 years, we generally have about an 8 to 10% turnover rate of employees. So in addition to those high vacancies, with that turnover, it's an extremely difficult environment organizationally to continue services. So as those vacancies get filled, improved services are anticipated. And then the last 2 bullets here, from the finance perspective, there's a lot of headlines regarding potential recession, banking unsettled, banking industry turmoil. So we continue to monitor that. And I'll talk about some of the risks that are in the forecast as well. And where are we going? So with this budget and with this forecast, it's improved significantly, so it reduces the need for reductions. The structural deficit from an ongoing perspective is significantly reduced, and as we look ahead, plan for closing that gap as well as replenishing reserves. It's a budget that protects critical services, avoids layoffs, keeps our public safety funded, addresses, when you take a look at that 16% vacancy level and add in the position impacts from the past 3 years, we're looking ahead from an organization that has lost about 21% of capacity. So the need to pursue both options financially with additional revenue, create capacity, and meet the needs of the City Council will be important as we look ahead. And then, as I mentioned, with some of the risk of recession, as well as the use of reserves, it will be important to maintain the roughly $40 million of general fund reserves that we have today and start to replenish those dollars. From a proposed budget standpoint, as I mentioned, about almost 700 pages here, a proposed budget of $1.5 billion for fiscal year 23-24, $1.2 billion for fiscal year 24-25. The general fund, which gets a lot of that focus, what are the services that our residents are used to, are funded primarily in the general fund. And so a lot of activities, a lot of services in this budget. We've taken, in the next bullet, a multi-pronged approach to solve the deficit between revenues, ongoing and one-time expenditure savings, use of reserves. In the next bullet, as I mentioned, limited direct service impacts. However, there are reductions in what I call strategic support departments. So those are the departments that support those public-facing services that our public's used to. The city continues to fill vacant positions, and I have some of those numbers in certain specific areas I'll talk about and highlight. And it will result with this budget in an overall improvement to services while still below pre-pandemic levels. From a reserve standpoint, the City Council approved a change in the policy to reduce the level to 15%. This budget maintains that 15% as we look ahead. From a utility standpoint, this budget funds the resources and the needs of each of the individual enterprises, and this budget was produced with collaboration with all our city departments. For those of you that like numbers at home and here, this just is a table that historically we've presented by fund type, just showing the $1.4 billion budget. Some of the ups and downs I want to highlight in our debt fund. It does assume about $300 million in future SVP debt for some key projects for capacity enhancements. And then I also want to note, come June 27th, when this budget is before you for adoption, it will also include the carryover of capital projects from one year to the next. Typically in the $200 million range. Those are projects that, when the fiscal year ends, that work continues and those dollars are needed to continue those projects. So from a 10-year general fund forecast, I always like to say that I don't have a crystal ball, and a 10-year forecast is a planning tool for the public, for us internally as an organization, based on the information we know today. And we work very closely with UCLA economic forecasts to present different metrics, different data points to inform our forecast. So on this chart here, even within the UCLA forecast that we were provided, they presented two scenarios. On the graphic here in the red line, I know it's a little bit difficult to see the colors, a recession scenario. So there is a group of economists out in the public that think roughly we have about a 35–40% chance of a recession later this calendar year. And then on the optimistic side, a slowing down or a flattening of growth coming out of COVID. And we see that because of many indicators. We've had high inflation. Some of that has come down. We've seen interest rates grow, and all that in the context of low unemployment. When you look at the data and get closer to Santa Clara here in the region, we continue to have strong unemployment. And so we've seen that in a lot of our HR recruitments in terms of both the number of candidates and quality of candidates. In terms of home prices, while there was some relief, I believe, late last year with the interest rate going up, I know that in the last 2 months, saw a headline that prices were up about 17%, again, year over year. So maintain high levels of housing prices and development activity, which has helped us over the last 5 years economically through property tax and over the development counter, continues to remain strong. Typically when there are recessions and banking fears, some of that financing for those projects become tight. So we work very closely with the CDD department on some of the outlook as we look ahead. The 10-year forecast, as I mentioned, is based on the best information we have at the time. It's focused on the general fund, which is 20% of the budget. And on the right here in blue, just want to disclaim the known risks, the items that can change the forecast at any given time with regards to any potential recession, changes at the state and federal level with regards to legislation, labor costs that may be outside of the budget assumption, CalPERS costs, and some of the needs around capital among the large items that I wanted to highlight from a risk perspective to the forecast. On this chart, I wanted to spend some time. This is a revised forecast with the 2 years of the budget before you, shaded in light orange there, shows the $8 to $9 million deficit. And over the course of the 10 years, you see that we still have a structural deficit ranging from the 8 million or so to a peak of about 15 million. So this budget resolves, this budget resolves all but about $5 million or so ongoing, and so we have more work to do. But primarily driven by growth in revenues, that's improved our forecasts. And then the last bullet in that box there, I know there's over $500 million of capital needs. There's a long list of priorities that are not funded, so those are not in these numbers in the forecast, and we'll have to find either one-time or additional sources of funding to fund those. So what's changed? I know when we were here last June, the forecast was revised upward from $20 to $27 million. Happy to report, and as you can see on this slide, that's dropped by $18 million, so mostly signified here by green arrows, and I'll talk about that line by line. From a property tax standpoint, we work closely with our county assessor's office on some of the numbers. So we have had about 10% growth. That's higher than our forecast. So that's contributed to a good portion of this $6 million to the better from a forecast to forecast standpoint. The next three items, as supported by our residents through the ballot, the transfer in city utilities, business tax, and TOT, those items have helped support our forecasts, our revenues, and our critical city services. TOT, I will say, it's a combination of both recovery from a hotel standpoint. They're still not recovered. I have some numbers to show, and also adjustments to our tax rate that the City Council and the city has implemented a couple years ago. The CalPERS performance, now we receive information from CalPERS. It reflects a 24-month lag from their performance. So 2 years ago, they had significant returns. We know that in the next year following that, there's a significant projected decline this year. So that pushes out the numbers in the forecast. So it helps us by $3 million here, but when you look at the 10-year forecast, pushes out some of that impact to years 2 and 3. And then with regards to the two arrows that are down here, sales tax continues to be a revenue source that's challenged with regards to changing the way retail versus the internet goods are sold. And so that has impacted us. And so this is a revision downward from a forecast to forecast standpoint. And then the last line here, $2 million, other net changes, interfund services. These are mainly on the cost side, cost of doing business for our city, insurance, vehicles, fuel. Those are the basics for our city. So from a forecast to forecast standpoint, an adjustment downward. So all in all, $18 million better results in about a $9 million revised deficit that needed to be addressed with this budget. Now, from a time perspective, just showing the impact of COVID-19, our deficit in the general fund was $13 million pre-pandemic. We had a plan around the TOT to help address a good portion of that. Quickly grew to $42 million through the council's diligent actions, was reduced to 20, and then with this forecast update this spring, $8 to $9 million deficit. So largely, I would say, out of the woods when it comes to COVID impacts, and still more work to do. From a revenue standpoint, over the next several slides, I'm going to dive into our key revenues. And on this slide, just showing from a tax perspective, 61% of our general fund revenues are based on our three largest taxes: property tax, sales tax, TOT tax. And of those, two of them, sales tax and TOT, are highly volatile during economic downturns. And so it has been important through the ballot and through other means to diversify the level of revenues that our city receives to support the critical services. From a numbers perspective, just wanting to show you and the public, just from a pure numbers perspective, pre-pandemic, line by line property tax, we had $58.4 million pre-pandemic. That continued to grow at a clip of about 10% per year, forecasting close to $80 to $90 million over the two-year budget. That has saved us, that has helped us. We continue to rely on property development as well as home sales to help with that revenue category. From a sales tax perspective, just the comparison here was above property tax pre-pandemic. That dipped during the next year and slowly recovered. And from a number standpoint, just now recovering to pre-pandemic levels. So the vast difference between property tax and sales tax there in that 22-23 estimate column, just showing the diversion there of the trends. From a TOT standpoint, the third row, just showing a $22.5 million pre-pandemic, at our lowest point, $2.9 million, and it down about 88%. We have recovered with some of the rate adjustment close to, and in our two-year budget, getting very close to where we were pre-pandemic. And then the last two charges for services, just with some of the reduced level of services and the transfer from city utilities that was affirmed at the ballot, very significant dollars there represented here and continue to be a good portion of our general fund budget. Diving into TOT, here's a graphic just showing the 10-year growth that we forecast and the big dip and the big recovery here. Occupancy rates and room rates have not recovered, but are largely better. We've met with the hotels. I've met with them earlier this year and believe they're looking at right now a 60 to 70% recovery from an activity standpoint with regards to some of those room rates. When we look at sales tax, just an education slide here, Santa Clara receives $1 out of every $9.12 or so collected. So not all of the sales tax that our residents and our buyers come to this city, about $1 out of the $9. And most of that goes to the state and through the county for transportation purposes. So there is potential, you'll see on one of my later slides, to add sales tax as a ballot measure for capacity purposes, but that's something that would be discussed later with the City Council. From a forecast standpoint, the graphic here is not as sharp of a climb, but growth in our sales tax, working with our consultant. It still remains the second largest revenue source, and business to business, so our corporate and our business purchases make up 40% of our sales tax, a very key category when it comes to sales tax. And on this slide, diving into that a little bit more, this is a graphic from our consultant. Over the last 5 years, adjusted for inflation, we've actually lost capacity from a revenue standpoint, and shows here that from a retail standpoint, just the metric here of a $44 equivalency 5 years ago, we get about 39. From a business to business here, a shrinking graphic here, 174 to 139. And then a lot of times I'm asked, well, does our internet sales cover that drop? And the answer here is that growth covers inflation. You can see here the light blue on the bottom of the graphic, 73 to 74. So we're keeping up roughly with inflation when it comes to internet sales, but not enough to cover some of the declines in some of the other categories. When it comes to property tax, our largest revenue source here on this graphic, steeper growth that we've projected. From a long-term standpoint, 4.5% to 6%, I know that's lower than our 10% that we've had over the last 5 years, but from a planning standpoint, we feel prudent and to the extent there's outperformance of property tax, that will help us with that remaining structural deficit. So we'll continue to monitor this from a budget-to-budget perspective. And we are closely in contact with our CDD department with regards to the development, and so the forecast assumes continued valuation of close to $1 billion each year from a development standpoint. The educational slide here, when it comes to property tax, I know that it gets split up a lot of different ways. So the school district, the county, some of our educational colleges also get a good portion of a property tax. So we get about 10% of the property tax revenue that's paid through the county. On the expense side, $280 million of expenses in the general fund in the forecast, 76% going to salaries and benefits, highlights our service-oriented organization, many of the services that are funded through positions. And so one of the key themes here from a forecast standpoint, just want to highlight and update here from a pension cost perspective. I know this is a major theme through many cities up and down, all the CalPERS agencies up and down the state. Our unfunded liability has shrunk, at least with the last valuation, to $513 million. That's projected to grow back with that underperformance that is expected this fiscal year. And it reflects the work of our actuary with regards to looking out 10 to 20 years from a planning standpoint. And so we are funding our PERS costs. We are funding the assumption that CalPERS will continue to implement policies to reduce risk from a plan perspective. And over time, these graphics here, both for miscellaneous and public safety plans, show that with the planning, with the assumptions that are included in our actuarial report, those costs are expected to peak about year 8 of the forecast. And I like to say this is like a mortgage. As long as we pay our annual rate obligation, and as long as CalPERS continues to perform, we have a plan, or there is a plan to address some of that large unfunded liability. And then with regards to other non-personnel costs, just on the material services and supplies, the largest portion here, over 50%. Many of our interfund services through internal service funds, IT, vehicle maintenance, workers' comp, communications, and unemployment insurance, those are all, we work closely with those support departments. And then to the extent they're reflected here from a debt perspective, showing on this slide. And so that's the section on the forecast, and I wanted to transition here to the budget that is before you with regards to the 2-year operating budget. And some of these points I mentioned earlier, and I want to dig a little deeper. So with COVID restrictions, services will continue to improve with the funding provided in this budget to the extent hiring is successful. It preserves public safety, so we have over 40 police and fire personnel currently where recruitment's underway. I had a conversation with the police department earlier today where they had 3 people that joined the line just this week, and another 6 in backgrounding there. And from a fire perspective, I know there's an academy of 19 personnel underway, so significant hiring activity is in progress. Expenditure reductions without layoffs that limit impacts to direct services. So from a direct service standpoint, our parks, our restrooms, our landscaping within existing cycle times or improved with hiring. Support for legacy events is included and protected in this budget. So Parade of Champions, Showtime, just a couple of the names of many of the events that our city supports. And then want to highlight that last bullet. There are added dollars in the budget, especially around development services and resources needed based on activity. SVP around sustainability, our EV program, a lot of work and programs for our residents when it comes to both solar, sustainability, and EV. This slide, just a reminder that the budget is organized by City Council strategic pillars. So the priorities that you've adopted as a City Council is reflected in the budget. The dollars that I present on the next few slides are representation of just a different way to cut the pie and how it's organized. But throughout the budget, dollars are invested in each of these areas, these 7 pillars that the council has approved. From a position standpoint, just walking us through from budget to budget, the first 4 lines on this chart reflect what we call base budget changes. These are position changes that have been brought to the council on any given Tuesday and approved by the council. That's primarily been around the Fire Safer Grant, SVP funded positions, development fee funded positions. Then the other base changes on the line here, a reduction of 7. This is 7 positions that supported the permitting review process for related. So because that project is slower than anticipated, until that funding and those services are needed, they're what we call frozen in this chart here, and they'll be restored once that project, as that project gears up. And I do want to note related is paying a lease revenue, and that is in the budget. From a proposed budget standpoint, there are a reduction of 4 positions. I'll talk about those 4. 3 of those are proposed to be frozen, 1 proposed to be eliminated. And then in that second year of the budget, 4 positions in our building fee-funded program supporting our development services. So all in total, across all city funds from a funding perspective, a little bit over 1,150 positions in that second year. Now, with the focus of the budget on the general fund here, just a reminder, 20% of our overall $1.5 billion budget. I just want to talk through the strategy and the slides and the details behind the budget. This budget continues a combination of strategies to address our ongoing deficit using reserves, using new revenues or capturing new revenues, realizing ongoing or one-time expenditure reductions, and over a phased approach, so not any one area with the main focus here. It maintains our budget stabilization reserves at 15%. The restoration of services, that last bullet here, and/or the funding of any of our unfunded needs would rely on either outperformance in the forecast, again, if some of those numbers come in better, and/or new revenues. Now, on this slide, I wanted to show over the 2-year budget, how do we solve the deficit over those 3 pots that I mentioned? And so this is broken up by increased revenues in the table to the right here. For the 2 fiscal years, there's a proposal in here to increase the TOT rate an additional 2%, phased over 2 years. That aligns with the ballot measure that was approved in 2020. Funding that was approved by the council in April around fees, and then some one-time revenues, and I'll talk about those specifically over the next couple slides. On the expense side, or in the expense bucket, with regards to reductions or savings because of our fire grant that we were fortunate to get, some overtime savings as those positions will cover some of the relief needed in that department. In the police department, aligning and looking at how we budget vacant positions and aligning our budget to a 10-year historical average of what's both from a hiring activity as well as the funds that have been returned at the end of the year. So looking at that budget on a long-term historical practice. And then many of our other city departments, we worked very closely to come up with proposals that save dollars, that reduce line items. And so collectively about $2.7 million there from other departments in each year. And then the use of reserves, primarily from a timing standpoint, the use of $1.1 million of our budget balancing reserve in December. The council approved at my recommendation to set aside $2 million for this time, at this moment in our budget process. And so this taps into that, replenishes it in the second year, and keeps that set aside. And as I mentioned earlier, from a structural deficit standpoint, with this budget, our structural deficit would be reduced to about $5.2 million in that second to last row on this table. So when it comes to the budget process in that third year, as well as we monitor how we're doing from a revenue standpoint, we'll need to identify a source of funding to address that deficit. From a revenue standpoint, I mentioned that with regards to the transient occupancy tax, the council had implemented 2% out of the 4% that was approved by the public. This budget assumes a 1% in January 2024, another % in January 2025 that would help us with our ongoing deficit. I did introduce that to our hotels, or TID, at a meeting in March, and they listened and they acknowledged it and didn't have strong feedback with regards to that. And I do have a graphic just to show some of that impact as compared to other cities. So I do want to pause there and talk about that over the next slide. The last three bullets here, just technically speaking, some of the increases in revenues related to fees that were approved by the council in April. Taking a look at the storm drain fee that was put on hold as far as increases about 5 years ago. So we're looking to study that and potentially bring that forward at a later date for the council to consider. And then the last bullet here, some one-time dollars, is our Public Works Department and Fleet Division looked at savings in the vehicle fund around our underutilized vehicles. From a TOT standpoint, the proposal in the budget is to increase it the remaining 2% that the voters approved. That would take us here, if you see the graphic and table on the right, from 11.5% to 13.5%, so we would be above midpoint, but below the top. And this, just a disclaimer, there are different tourism or other taxes that are kind of carved on top of for different agencies. So from a standpoint, some hotel occupants might pay slightly more depending on if they're in the TID or not. With regards to implementation, we'll bring forward, if the council provides feedback on this proposal, we'll bring forward separately ordinances that would allow for this later in the year. On the expense side, I mentioned the fire department was awarded a 3-year grant that considerably saves us significant dollars with regards to providing relief overtime. And so that is a 3-year grant. Those positions are in process of being hired and put into an academy. So hopefully soon we'll start to realize some of those savings. I mentioned in the second bullet here the alignment of vacancies, working with the police department closely on proposals that would generate savings as well as protect our services. So this was a proposal that was looked at and felt like could be supported here, generating savings and allowing for hiring to continue as they have in the past years. And then other departments, I mentioned there's 4 positions that are impacted. These are all vacant positions, 3 of which are proposed to be frozen for 2 years and then restored in that 3rd year. So in the city attorney's office, city manager's office, city auditor's office, continues to reflect some of the staffing as their staff today. And then in the HR department, 1 position, administrative position, working with Araceli, or Director Azevedo on the proposals there. When it comes to reserves and use of reserves, this budget recommends the use of $1.1 million of our budget balancing reserves and then replenishes that in that 2nd year. After the 2-year budget, when it comes to that remaining about $5 million of structural deficit, we'll need to look at either other sources to help solve that deficit. The next 2 graphics here just want to talk more about our reserves. Very prudently, several years ago, our budget stabilization reserve grew to about $80 million, and that has served us well over the course of the pandemic to about $40 million. And in addition to the budget stabilization reserve, we've also used the land sale reserve and had some stimulus dollars. It is important to keep the reserve at the level that it is. We've had When you compare to other cities, that reserve is our rainy day fund for any kind of disaster. From a credit rating perspective, that was advised that our ratings are based off of that 15%. So important to keep that level. For those that are interested in the specific numbers, the budget as it grows and that 15% grows will require to deposit some additional dollars, about $5 million in the budget stabilization reserve. I will come forward with a separate recommendation this fiscal year to do that. From a capital project standpoint, about $6 to $6.5 million in that bucket, a very small amount for our over $500 million of need. A land sale reserve, $18.5 million. Our pension trust fund, about $21 million. We've paused contributions to that trust over the last 3 years because of COVID impacts. So in total, what we would kind of classify as discretionary or based on policy, about $90 million in general fund reserves. Want to transition here to the next section, just from a capital budget standpoint. This is the second year of the biennial capital budget. There are a handful of adjustments that are included in the document, in the back of the document as a separate section. Some of the projects I want to highlight in the SVP area, Electric Department, receiving stations, Northern Receiving Station, Kiefer, some of the lines, and the Scott Receiving Station. So very big projects. Some of that will be debt financed separately that will come forward to the council, but very important projects from a capacity and a stability standpoint. And then the last two bullets here, a carryover of funds, as I mentioned, to continue these projects will be included in the recommendation before you on June 27th. And over $500 million of unfunded needs will have to find a way to fund that, and separately through study sessions, we'll talk about some of the ballot items to consider. From a council priorities and initiative standpoint, wanted to provide the next 3 slides to show that some of those priorities were funded through city council actions on any given Tuesday, and so here's a list of some of those. I won't read through all of them, but they include some very key areas around studies, planning, El Camino, and some of the homelessness and committees support. When it comes to the other priorities that were identified a couple years ago through the priority setting, there were some priorities and initiatives where no further actions and/or they were completed through the Tuesday council process, and that's listed here. There remains about 13 to 15 items that are still on that list that would need to be discussed at a future priority setting session or a future council session. But I also want to just point out, as part of the budget process and deliberation process, there is one-time funding of $250,000 that was added in December. If the council so choose through this process to fund or tap into that pot of money, we would welcome that direction and feedback from the council and include that in the adoption of the budget. This next slide here, as I mentioned earlier, that with regards to significant needs around capital as well as other areas of services that the community and/or council has requested, and we don't have the resources to fund, and to build that capacity will require future revenues. And so when you compare to the list of revenues for other agencies around us, here are some ballot measures that have been successful and/or taxes where we're either on the low end when compared to neighboring cities. And I won't get into details here, but here are just options for the council to consider in a future study session around the November 2024 ballot. So with regards to revenues, items that I'll bring forward in more detail separately. And so the roadmap here, we're at the first study session. There's another study session on June 6th, and we'll provide any kind of answers or feedback raised at this study session, typically in that second session. And then on June 27th, incorporate that feedback and a formal public hearing that's advertised with the hopes of having an approved budget before the July 1st fiscal year. And so with that, I do want to thank the council for the time to go through many of these slides, and have a strong team, budget team, as well as representatives from the departments here in person and online to help address any questions and/or hear the questions and then bring those back on June 6th. Thank you.
Wow, that was impressive. Thank you, Director Lee, for the presentation on the budget. And I think every year you get better and better with this. To summarize a two-year budget like that with, over $1 billion is, for a city our size, is pretty incredible. And your team has done a fantastic job. I really like in the budget where you, each department talks about their successes during the year and what they've done in their departments. And I think that's really wonderful reading for everyone. If you read anything, look through each department and how successful each department has been in our city. It's very impressive, and your team is very impressive. So thank you. I don't think you'll be able to answer probably all of our questions, but we'll do our best to get them out to you and get the questions and comments as well. So it's not going to be just questions, it's going to be comments of probably what we'd like to see as well to make your job even harder. So before you come back on the 6th. So I'm going to start with City Council, Councilmember James.
Thank you, Director Lee. I noticed that the SVP vacancy rate is 24%, and I know it's tough to hire in that business because there's a lot of competition, but that's an enterprise, and I know our vacancy rate in the city is far less than that. And I know we're adding 10 people to SVP, but can you explain, and I know we had to dip heavily into reserves because gas prices went through the roof in December and January. So my question is the high vacancy rate preventing us from doing projects in SVP? And I know we have all these capital projects, tremendous number of capital projects coming forward. And given that SVP is an enterprise, it should be able to hire as it needs to, not tied to the city's budget, right? It should be kind of independent of the city's general fund budget. So I wanted to understand that. And then the sales tax, I think there's a state law saying that we're limited at 9.5%. And so, I know we're hitting a fiscal cliff with all of our transportation agencies, so they're eager to add sales taxes. So how does their interest compete with our interests when you hit that 9.5% cap? And then, I see a lot of development growth. Patrick Henry is 12,000 units. Tasman East is 1,500 units. El Camino Real. It sounds like a big number, $1 billion of anticipated growth annually, but when you look at the numbers that we're projecting, it's kind of low. I think Related was going to be a $8 billion project. Kylie was originally going to be like $9 billion. So I wanted to understand, I guess my question is, how conservative did you make this? I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Lee, and the whole team over here. I appreciate and great presentation. And we are relieved the deficit has gone from 27 to 8 million. That's a good news. I have a couple of questions. Like you did mention that we have a 16.7% vacancy rate as of now for the city. So if I look at the total positions, we have around 1,153 positions. So is it right to assume that we have 196 vacancies out of that 1,153? That comes out to be around 17% of that. So that's my first question. And next question is, we did get the federal grant to hire fire department employees, and that's a 3-year grant. When does that grant start? When we hire the persons, or it is related to a fiscal years every fiscal year, basically? one of my biggest concern is $500 million unfunded infrastructure needs. And I know you brought forward that we'll be looking at some options on that. So I think we should be discussing more details about the options and what option can get us, what amount of that unfunded liability we can fill in. I'm missing the slide number, but you did mention that we will have a reduction in sales tax by $2 million or something. Maybe I misread it. But all other slides show our sales tax revenue going up every year. So maybe I misjudged something, but I have a question regarding that. Impact of high inflation. I know inflation is creating havoc. And what my concern is, because of the high inflation, there's a high construction cost and labor cost. Have we built in those additional costs into our budget, whether it's capital improvement or our regular budget, basically? What impact and how much did we incorporate those high inflationary conditions into the budget? Same thing is about the CalPERS cost. I know we lag by 24 months, so we are good at present, but we may be having impact in next 2 years, because if we are in recession, like 35% or 37% recessionary probability is there, so the stock market goes down and the return on our capital CalPERS funds will go down. So I want to see more actuarial details of that going forward. What can be the worst case scenario? What will be the impact of our unfunded liability? I know it reduced to 500 something million right now, but what can be the worst case scenario and how we can plan for that, basically? Sales tax method change. I know I brought these questions earlier. The online sales tax, how is county and cities resolving that? Are we getting our fair share of sales tax? If not, what can council as a policy matter do to take this matter with county or with the state? I don't think we are getting the fair share of our online taxes, so that's another question I have. I think that's it. Those are my questions. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. It's good that we have a lot of time since we got this on Friday. Got through a lot of it. My big question is, when we, in the end of the report, in the legislation text, it just mentions street tree project. And then I found nothing more about it. So I was wondering exactly what that is, because that's a change from what we had for our capital, because that was a surprise to me. The other one, you had your slides, but there's not a specific place. The council's going to have to consider, as you mentioned, some possible measures to augment what we bring in. We're going to have to look at that and be very strategic. That's not specifically in the budget. And I was wondering if that was going to be in the next report we had. I mean, you had your quick slide, and that's where I think a lot of the conversation's going to be. So I'd love to see that either in a report, because I did not see it specifically in the budget. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane, you have another question?
Yeah, on the TOT tax, are you considering Airbnb there? How diligently are we going after sort of illegal Airbnbs and the TOT for that? And then I think you said that 76% of our general fund budget goes to salaries and benefits. How does that compare to other cities? That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. And also thank you, Director Lee. Great report and a lot to digest. It always seems like there's more and more to digest every year. But hey, we're over $1 billion now budget city, so there's a lot to definitely digest. I'm glad to hear about the reduction in the deficit. That's fantastic news. You talked about the high vacancy rates in some of the departments, and I read recently where I believe it might be the county was looking at taking some of the vacancies that they had for like a long time now and just basically removing those positions as a way to add monies to their fund. And I was wondering if we've considered doing that at all, not knowing how long this vacancy rate has been in the city. I wouldn't want to see us do that, but just wondering if we've considered it. Regarding the budget, how the budget protects public safety, that's great news as well, because the mayor and I actually just attended a community meeting last week where we heard a lot of the concerns and complaints from the residents in my district, and public safety is number one to those folks. And but at the same time, there are some things that we have but there were some budget changes made in the past, like specifically the North Side substation that was closed as a result of a budget decision. Not my decision, but others' decision. And I want to see if it's possible, if we are in the process of adding additional officers, can we open up that substation? Because again, as public safety is a big concern to residents, it would be great to have that substation open again. Let me see. Shout out to the fire department for getting that SAFER grant. That's really going to save the fire department a lot of money. So great work by the fire department. You mentioned the 1.1 million in reserves to help balance the budget, and then replacing that 1.1 million in 24-25. How are we doing that? Because we're still going to have a deficit in 24-25. So I was wondering why we would be doing that. So if you could explain. And let me see, the carryovers that for different projects, specifically public works projects. I noticed there's a project that's been on the books for the Lick Mill Boulevard, the beacons. I think it's $500,000, and going along the lines of increased costs going up. I'm just wondering how much longer we're going to be carrying that forward, and concerned about again the cost, because I think it's been 2 or 3 years now that that money has been in reserve to put in those beacons on Lick Mill Boulevard. So that's all I have for now, but thank you again.
Thank you. Are there other council members? Councilmember Vice Mayor Park.
Thank you very much for the report. I actually got a lot of questions, so I'll try to keep it short, try to keep it kind of focused. But when we use one-time funds for ongoing costs, for example, we used 100% of ARPA, which is the American Recovery Plan Act funds, $26 million for salaries instead of one-off programs like local business support or housing programs within housed. Are we not actually just adding to future shortfalls? How do we avoid creating future gaps by using one-time monies to support ongoing expenses? Especially looking at the 10-year general fund forecast, where, as Councilmember Jane mentioned, almost 50% is allocated for salaries and another 28% for benefits, for a total of 76% for personnel. And we have $500,000 of unfunded infrastructure needs, including the Swim Center, Triton Museum, which is coming up, with no way, from what I heard last council meeting, for council to reserve funds for those purposes. Are bonds the only solution? What other way can we make, but these are one-time maintenance expenses, and it seems more logical to use one-time funds towards the one-time expenses instead of using one-time funds to support ongoing expenses. And how much money would we save by getting third-party partnerships? I see that Director Teixeira is in the audience. Because I know that we let other entities manage and run recreation programs like softball, but we also fund a swim program that has significant overlap with the Santa Clara Swim Club. I mean, I've actually talked about this a lot. We looked at the different programs, and I feel like there's nothing, and discussing it again, that the city provides that the swim club could not. I mean, they would have to make some changes, but not significant. And if we use the monies and clients that we have applied for the city swim program and converted them to like Santa Clara Swim Club programs, to the program, like how much money could we save there in terms of head count, monies, swim time? I mean, if we use the excess monies for replacement of failing infrastructure instead of just repair, I mean, I think that the replacement may take longer, may cost a little bit more, but I think that it's the downtime would be more predictable than the current situation of repairs, and we don't know how long if the pools will be down. I also hear a lot about public safety, which currently council focuses almost solely on police and fire, but when we just had a discussion about shelters and unhoused people in our city, how do we set up discussions to cover the other aspects of public safety, such as unhoused shelters, general and mental health, and accountability and oversight mechanisms? I mean, there's a lot. I think when people said the phrase defund police, that's not actually what they meant. It wasn't that we want to get rid of police. It was actually a call to expand the scope of police, which is there are a lot of things that are part of public safety that are outside the traditional policing roles. And without a discussion of how we allocate money or funds for those roles or for those other things, I don't know what, if we'll ever get there. And all the monies will continue to go to police and fire salaries. Airbnb, I do heard also Councilmember Jane talk about Airbnb. I know that other cities have something called licensing programs so that you don't have Airbnbs just popping up whenever people feel like it, but there's a number of licenses and people have to apply for those licenses, which generates a little bit of money, but also controls the number of Airbnbs in the neighborhoods and in the community. So I'd like to know how we do things like that. I also noticed that we have the council salaries. No, it's not salaries, I should say. The council operating budget has gone up by about 30%. And at first I thought, well, maybe it's because during COVID, the amounts were down. But when I took a look at the older budgets, I see that that's not actually true. Even through 2018-19, the budgets were kind of self-similar. And now we have a 30% increase. And I got a whole bunch more, but I guess I'll start with those. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Becker, did you want to say something? You don't have to. Everyone's spoken.
No, not really. Just thank you for your overall budget and presenting this to us. I think I share a lot of the similar concerns that a lot of my colleagues do, anywhere from public safety to all of our amenities here in the city. So I'm focused on also seeing a little bit more when we talk also during our priority setting session, I think in June or July, I forget when it was.
I'm not sure we're having one this year, but maybe. I'm not sure yet. Okay. All right. I have, a lot of mine is more comments and questions, but I do have a question. I was reading about the issue in the city of Cupertino with their online internet sales tax with Apple. And I was wondering how, if at all, it affected us here in Santa Clara. So that was one of my questions that I was thinking about today. But I'm going to start with the part of the budget that, and some of the programs that I would like to see come back, whether it's in the 23-24 budget or we start in the 2023-24 budget and become implemented in the 24-25 budget. And first I'm going to start with the police department. and the DARE program, that we didn't have enough officers to conduct the DARE program. I think that program is essential to our city, and it's a way of including our young people and educating our young people. And whether we start back, we stopped it during the pandemic, and whether we start back with a few schools and to expand in the future when the officers are available. I did talk about this at the City School Liaison Committee as well. But I'd like to see that program to start to come back so that we can advance that again. The PAL organization is missing a director, so I would like to see a PAL director come back to help that program, because it's in need of a director, and it's also in need of a role model for there's many underserved children that are in that PAL program. And to have the role model of the director being a police officer, I think is important. We are short on school site resource officers and our community service officers that work with the schools and also patrol our parks. And I think that's what's missing, especially during the pandemic, when we, along with other cities, we're not alone, have experienced much larger crime rates and drug issues and other nefarious issues in our community that we haven't had to deal with in the past. It's expanding. And I think instead of reacting to everything, we need to be more proactive on that. And as Councilmember Watanabe stated, I'd like to see reopening of the North Side Police Substation for many reasons. Not only are we expanding the amount of residents out in the North Side area by thousands, but there's issues like sideshows and other disturbances that the residents are experiencing out there, issues from the stadium, the convention center, and other places out there that we just don't have enough police presence, and I think that's what's important. My concern in the police department is right now there's a 12% vacancy factor in the police department for a department that I think doesn't, they do the best they can, but they need more officers. It takes a long time to train and to hire officers. I'm glad to hear that they're, coming in, as you said, Director Lee, but there's also officers retiring on the other side. So I don't even know if we're, what the net is now, but it's really important that we plan. And I'm going to say this along with the fire department as well. We have to plan for the future. If we are one of the fastest growing cities in California, we have to keep up with our public services, and public safety is the number one front-facing service to our new residents in Santa Clara as well. And if we are looking at hosting two of the biggest events in the world, World Cup and Super Bowl again, and World Cup with many games, and we have a police department that has a 12% vacancy factor now, which could be understaffed for our population by the time, 3 years from now, we're going to have thousands of more residents in Santa Clara. And facing the same community crime issues that other cities are facing, we have to beef up our ranks. And for me, safety is the top priority for our city, and that's why people love living in Santa Clara, because they feel safe. I want to keep it that way. I feel like it matches our values in the community. So that's one department I think really needs some work that we have to prepare for. Our fire department, thanks to the Safer Grant program for the fire department for getting that, because without that, we wouldn't have the hires that we're going to have. I'm concerned about, I think some other council members mentioned it, going forward, what happens when that grant expires, and how are we going to make sure that the fire department has the tools and resources necessary to protect our residents? Because I think all in all, our budget has to reflect what our values are in this community, and that's the way I looked at the budget this year, is are we providing the services and resources to our city employees that allow them to do their job. So in the fire department and the police department, I think really a look forward, look at Santa Clara 3 years from now, what are we going to look like, and are we going to be prepared for what's coming our way as one of the fastest growing and most attractive cities in Santa Clara County. Library and senior center hours. I'll tell you, starting from the pandemic, that is, the number two complaints I get about our services here in the city is that other cities have their libraries open regular hours now, and we don't. And so I'm actually, a little taken aback by that. I understand it. There's budget issues, there's hiring. I understand all that. But at the end of the day, we have to provide the services. I think we're suffering from the success of our libraries. Our libraries are like our new community centers, and they have to be open to the public. People want to go there, and we have, there's so many programs that the library offers that when people come and see the doors closed, they're calling, they're sending emails, to me at least, I know, I'm sure to others as well, that we need to get those hours back and those doors open on the library. On the senior center, again, we have an aging population, and they need a place to socialize. We only have one senior center in Santa Clara. We do need one on the north side. But they need a place to socialize, improve their health, and receive the resources that they need to make their lives better. I know tonight we're going to hear from the senior commission that are doing the health and wellness fair. I mean, that thing is just, it's gotten so popular because of the need. So the need has grown. Some of us are getting old. People are really loving that senior center, but they don't like the doors closed. So we need to open those doors as well. Let's see, community center. All right, I'm just trying to be organized here. Parks and recreation. I know we talked about this when our municipal fee schedule came forward, and we talked about we're going to relook at some of the fees that are charged to our youth groups. When I looked at the budget, I tried to find the fees from youth groups, and I don't know, it's somewhere between 50 and 200,000 that we're receiving in revenues from those fees. And I think it's a small part of what it really means. It's a small amount collected into our general fund, but it has a larger impact on the community as a whole for having children participate in parks and recreation programs, because now their fees are to play are getting higher because the city's charging fees. So I'd rather look at receiving fees from other entities as opposed to the children's play groups in our community. I think we're looking at that at a later time, the fee schedule, but I just wanted to point it out that that's something that I really think needs to change because of how it's affected the groups in our community this last year or so. Capital improvements, we need a new swim center. We know that. We need it badly, badly. Another complaint, we need to build out our north side, our Central Park North. We have aging fire stations, aging infrastructure. I can't participate, but people are looking at a new downtown. So those are some of the things that are really glaring out there that may require an election for a bond or something like that. Since we don't have the money, we have to get creative on how we can get the money to pay for these projects, because as the longer we wait, the more expensive they're getting. And we really, whether we do, public-private partnerships or, something, we have to come up with a way this next year to fund those projects. And then we have to look at new ways to generate revenue, because we love to talk about cutting, but what's our new ways to generate revenue? Unfortunately, the market is the way it is because that related project is supposed to generate millions into our general fund. So hopefully the financing part will turn around and we can get that going, because that's going to make up for all the money we lost when redevelopment was dissolved by Governor Brown a few years ago, and we lost all that rental income into our general fund. And also, we need to hold the 49ers accountable and get non-NFL event revenue into our general fund. I see in this budget we have zero for the next 2 years. of non-NFL event revenue. And that has to change because that's just plain wrong. And that could bring millions to our general fund like it did in the very beginning, and then it hasn't for the last 7 or 8 years. So those are all my comments. Sorry, it took a long time. Those are all my comments. I'm sure they will spur others from here now. But that's what I have for you. Thank you so much. Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. I'm glad you brought that up, which is something I really kind of was pushing on a lot too, and I will echo it as well as about trying to really get the infrastructure bond on a 2024 ballot. Mainly because, as the mayor said, and as everyone is talking about, is the swim center, senior center hours. We need a senior center in the north side, and also I do agree on a north side substation, especially having a stadium in that area. So there's a lot of things I think we need specifically around our infrastructure. And if you look at our city and look at mainly the building that we're in right now, everything is built during the 1960s when Santa Clara suburbanized. So I think it may be a bad time economically, but we do have to start building for the future, and I don't think Santa Clara could be that much sustainable. So I'm glad the mayor brought that up and others on this council. So I just want to echo that as well.
Thank you. Any other council comments before I go to the public? All right. Seeing none, Ken, you can rest your legs for a little bit. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Do we have members of the public that would like to speak on this budget? Please come forward. Online? We have no one?
One just raised his hand, Jonathan Evans.
I'm sorry?
We have one hand, Jonathan
Okay.
Evans.
Oh, Jonathan, go ahead, please.
Hello, is my audio coming through?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm the chair of the Board of Library Trustees and president of the Old Quad Residents Association, though my comments tonight don't represent an official statement from the library trustees. I do want to kind of emphasize some of the comments the mayor made about being asked about members of the community, about the senior center and the library's hours. I keep getting asked about that all the time, which is like, how do we get those hours back, especially for the senior center and libraries? I did look through the budget and saw some notes about how this budget doesn't reduce library hours, but I'm trying to understand, like, given that there's not really a huge change, as I understand it from the previous budget, does that not a reduction mean that we're keeping the limited hours that we already have, or are we seeing a restoration? It really helped to understand that. Similarly with the senior center, it'd be good to understand like how we're going to get that back, because those are kind of two big kind of major issues that the community keeps talking to me about, and I'd like to see what we can do to get that time back. So thanks.
Thank you. Wanda, go ahead, Wanda.
Hi, I couldn't let it go without saying something. I'm surprised more people haven't. It's really complex, and I know you guys have all the details that we, the public, don't. Thank you for your concern about getting the libraries and the senior center open. Now people are paying, and never before, and they're getting less, okay? So good luck. I'll be following along. I know it's a real challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. We have no other comments? All right. I think that's one thing that the public member said she hasn't had a chance to review. City manager, is there a way that we can get this budget out? I know it's 600 and some odd pages, but some kind of a, this summary out to the public, so that when we come back for, our new working session, that we can at least have more participation in it. And then I don't know if since we have time available to answer some of the questions, but that was my first question, is how do we get it in a form out into the public that they can relate to?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Certainly, I do know of ways where we can create a more reader-friendly budget and distill down the key points of the budget and make it in a more accessible format. So we will discuss with staff about the ability to do that. Now, the ability to do that before June 6th may be in question, but we can certainly work at making the most salient points of the budget highlighted, so anyone that is attending can have at least a basic level of understanding Also, I do think that we are able to provide answers to some of the questions.
If you can, that would be, since we do have time. I expected more council questions and public participation, so.
Sure. So why don't we tag
Good,
team
let's
between
go.
the director?
I do have another council hand up right now, if we can go to that first.
Sure.
Councilmember Becker.
Sure, I left it out from talking about this in the public. I know I did mention it in one of our private meetings that we had for reviewing our budget and preparing for this, which is mainly referring to also where the mayor and I think many others brought up about public safety. And the fact that we do have a way to make some resource money out there, and I know I may not have an agreement a lot here, but Measure M, and Measure M was passed a few years ago. We've never initiated it. We never taken advantage of it, even for cannabis delivery services. Seeing that it is tied to 911 and public safety, I think that can help take some of the burden off of our budget so that we have a little extra money. And maybe even just doing a pilot project to see if that works out. There's also the possibilities of square footage inside of manufacturing, and so we don't have to have any types of dispensaries locally, because I know that is a concern among residents as well. But I'm seeing that the ability to take the money that is available, especially the tax, and put it into areas like the public safety, which is what Measure M was designated for. So I'd like to see maybe if that could be initiated a little bit so we do have a little extra money left over to play with rather than having to always put that money towards public safety.
Thank you. Director Lee?
Sure. I will go through the questions, answer what we
Whatever you can
tag team
tonight.
it with the
Yes.
city manager and directors, and report back to those that we can.
That you're not able to answer tonight.
Yeah,
Very good.
absolutely.
Thank you. So however you'd like to do it is great.
Sure. Why don't we start with the question that was raised by members of the public, which I think was also repeated by council, which is additional library hours and senior hours. And I think we can also address the staffing of the North Side substation, because all three of those items are actually not financial issues, they're staffing issues. And so the budget does include sufficient funds to increase library hours, senior hours, and staff the North Side substation. Our challenge is hiring the staff. With regard to the North Side substation, at your very next meeting, you will have an item extending the lease for that station. The lease actually expires at the end of this month, and so that will be before you. But as soon as we can hire 4 CSO positions, we have 2 of them in background now, and we think we'll be able to bring the other 2 on. We will be able to reopen the North Side substation. And with regard to library and senior staffing, we do anticipate being able to staff those positions at the beginning of next calendar year and look toward having additional hours for library and senior. And we can expand on those answers for your June 6th meeting and give you a little bit more detail on the exact timing.
Can you also talk about the use of as-needed employees? Because I know when the pandemic hit, we pretty much terminated many of the as-needed employees. So, and maybe that's the opportunity to get some additional, bodies to help us open some of these facilities. Can you put that in your list of questions? Thank you.
Sure. So thank you, City Manager. So what I thought I'd do is maybe go through the list, and then I'll touch on or expand on points the City Manager mentioned with regards to those specific areas. So first off, Councilmember Jane asked regarding SVP vacancy rates of 24%. It's high. What are we doing? And so I know just holistically, we've had several different approaches with regards to SVP vacancies. Those are prioritized. Historically, we've had enterprise funded or other non-general fund funded positions prioritized higher on our list. We've had outside recruiting firms as needed and consultants to help with that. I think Assistant City Manager Pineda might be able to expand on the impacts to projects with regards to that question.
Thank you, Ken. Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer. Pleasure to be here tonight, Council, and glad to give you a break right before you start down your list. So from a position perspective, you're right, Councilmember Jane, that vacancy rate has stayed pretty constant for a number of years now. However, I do want to note that because we have added positions, we do have more employees than we had a couple of years ago, even though the vacancy rate has stayed constant. So that's one positive. I would note that we are trying different angles to try to recruit. We are using recruiting firms where we normally hadn't in the past. We have expanded that approach. It's still a very competitive market. And even when we find people that we offer positions to, in many cases, they have competitive positions. I was part of interviews, I think 3 out of the last 4, 3 people we selected ultimately went somewhere else because they had different opportunities. So that continues to happen, but I do want to note that thanks to kind of your support in adding positions to the last couple of years, we do have more people, even though our vacancy rate is not getting much better. From a project perspective, yes, certainly there is effect on projects, right? And it's not just projects, but also maintenance. As you know, we've taken a huge effort to be more proactive maintenance. We like to do more than we're doing, but we do as much as we can. And from a project perspective, we have as I mentioned too during our quarterly reports and our growth plan, we have our growth projects, our first phase of our growth, and we're really focusing our energies on that. I still have to have a policy discussion with you about how much more SVP would grow beyond that, and that's the next step. And that's something that I have set aside for now to make sure we get these initial projects going. So there are some effects. We try to manage them and then, make sure that we're focusing on our priorities. But, we'll continue to be as aggressive as we can in hiring, but that number does stay pretty constant for us.
Then the next question I have was related to sales tax and the cap of 9.5% by state law. So we actually worked very closely with our sales tax consultant today to get an answer here. So City of Santa Clara actually has 0.75% capacity there. And so when it comes to that cap, there's certain portions of that tax that are exempt from that cap, and some of those are related to transportation related. So I can provide in the written response just what the current tax is in Santa Clara, which portions are exempt, and then how does that translate to the 0.75% that is available if so chose for a ballot measure. Then with regards to projections from development, those are, admittedly, those are difficult. And so, we have very large projects that are either in various phases of development. And so from a budgeting standpoint, forecasting standpoint, a 5.5–6% growth is what I would call, it's appropriately conservative because those, from a financing standpoint, a lot of that can get tightened up, and we don't want to be in a situation where we need to significantly revise downward. Also on the other side of it, limited by Prop 13, the 2% increase with regards to property tax. So to hit a 4.5% to 6% growth, that $1 billion valuation every year has to hit our tax roll, which has a lag in terms of when that hits. To the extent that we do better, there would be additional funds at the end of the year, and then we would revise our annual forecast, and that would be available for programming for services. So that's our approach. We think it's sufficiently conservative, but it's also one of those areas where we've outperformed for several years, and so we'll probably in that area have additional monies to the extent it continues strong. Councilmember Chahal asked about the 16.7% vacancy rates and did the math there. Yeah, it's about 190 positions that we have vacant. Some of those are actively being recruited. Some of those are approved to fill just on HR's list of getting going, but that math is correct. And with those recruitments, I know the mayor mentioned, people still separate, people still retire. I think I showed that 8 to 10% of the workforce every given year turnover. And so staying ahead of that is definitely the goal, and keeping hiring. I think with the funding in this budget, it allows for at least from a fiscal standpoint, what I'd say the green light to hire a lot of positions that we've held vacant for some time in order to generate one-time savings. So I think we've turned the corner with regards to fiscally needing to hold a lot of those positions, and I think the hiring has started, and it will continue to do so. With regards to the fire grant and those positions, it starts, I believe, the clock started in March of this year. Those positions are in the works of coming on board. I believe there's a 16-week academy for fire positions. Unless they've come in as a lateral, then it might have a shorter time period. But then it keeps going, and then I believe it ends at the end of that third year, so it's probably 2 years and a partial year in there that's left. And with regards to what happens when that grant runs out, I think that'll be a decision point. We've talked internally about potentially toward the end of that grant attriting out and bringing to the council that policy conversation. If those positions were continued after 3 years, it would come at a cost. And so we'd have to look at that, how both the budget looks as well as the policy conversation for those positions after the granting period in 3 years. With regards to the $500 million infrastructure CIP need, are there other options? I've presented several over the course of 4 or 5 years. The bonding is one that gets us dollars up front. On my short list of other revenues, those are areas where by policy or by restriction within the ballot, it could be allocated to ongoing capital dollars. Many of our other cities around us have dedicated capital revenue streams. We don't. We've typically funded it pay-as-you-go through our reserves. We have $6 million plus our other at least legally discretionary reserves that are available. A very, very small amount. I will bring forward other options and decision points with regards to ballot measures and revenues in the future. But it's a difficult challenge that I think a lot of cities and states and even our federal government have with regards to aging infrastructure. And so there are some opportunities we'll bring forward in a future study session around some of those options. With regards to the $2 million sales tax reduction, that's just from a forecast to forecast standpoint, what we had in the last 10-year forecast versus now because of recessionary risk, because of recovery that hasn't occurred as we had thought. It's a downward revision from forecast to forecast, but numerically still on a slightly upward trend there. With regards to inflation, the cost of construction and labor, have we built that into our budget? So this is, in our operating budget, we have assumptions around labor and labor negotiations. In our capital budget, working with Public Works and many of the departments on updating project costs because of high inflation. I think in our next CIP process for the next 2-year budget, a lot of those numbers may go up with regards to some of that inflation. I think generally speaking, inflationary numbers nationally have moderated to, I think, a 4% level down from like an 8 or 9%. So we'll have to see if those trends continue. But I know in our CIP planning process, we do look at those project costs and update it for things like inflation and labor. With regards to CalPERS, the impacts from their outstanding performance and now their underperformance, yes, we plan for that. It's in our forecast numbers. It's reflected in both the 2-year budget and our 10-year forecast. We do have, as you know, a pension trust fund that we've set aside dollars, $21 million in the general fund, about $35 million across all funds. That's a tool to help us with regards to that unfunded liability. But aside from that, we've added to that trust in good years. We paused in the tough years, but I think it's important to know in our financial planning, we work with an actuary that assumes a more conservative position that CalPERS will have to take over time. And to the extent they hit those investment returns, we're well positioned to keep going in terms of those annual payments. But that's also an area that's highly volatile depending on how CalPERS performs. With regards to online sales tax, fair share, what can the council do? So I would say this, it's a difficult analysis. The online sales tax flows through the county to us based on our retail receipts. And so that's an application that I think just from an administration standpoint, it's difficult for the county and or state to have information on who to apply little bits and pieces of internet sales tax. And so it's an area where it's helped us. It hasn't kept up, or it's barely kept up with inflation. From a legislative standpoint, working with our lobbyists, I know there are legislation and out there that debate whether point of sale versus destination. There's always a winner and a loser when they debate that. So those are always difficult to change from a legislative standpoint. And so we work with both our sales tax consultant and our lobbyists to make sure that our city is well represented when it comes to sales tax.
And Director, through the mayor, I can expand upon that answer. And so there is a group with the League of California Cities that is working on statewide sales tax reform. It's a subcommittee of city managers from across the state. I happen to serve on that committee. And so through the League of California Cities, we are attempting to come up with a new paradigm for allocating online sales. It's currently allocated to the county pools, which is then divvied to cities based on population. It's basically a formula based on a fairly archaic state law and ease of implementation. It actually has no relation to where the sales actually occur. And so we may not be getting our fair share, but know that there will be a policy, and we're aiming for later on in this calendar year to have a proposal to the League of California Cities that will then be shared with legislators throughout the state, and certainly engaging, as the director said, with lobbyists, because one of the core principles is we want cities to lead in what the proposed change should be versus having something be proposed and put on a statewide ballot. And so know that you do have advocates that are working on that.
And Councilmember Hardy, you asked about the street tree project. So that is the third year. This was a capital amendment, so it's at the end of all our reports, but it's an important project. It's year 3 out of a 3-year project to remove, I believe, Modesto ashes that were considered a liability for our city, replace those. So that's a project that's managed by Public Works and their teams. And so this budget includes the 3rd-year funding. It's allocated to that. That was not included in the last CIP. So that was the amendment that was cited. And then the ballot measures, you're right that I had only one slide, and it could be another couple-hour discussion. So the plan here is to work with the city manager's office on the strategy around the ballot and bring forward a separate study session for your consideration. Of course, we would welcome feedback through this budget process if you have specific ballot measures that are of interest, more interest or less interest, we welcome that feedback as well. But those items on there were items that are on our list to bring back in a future study session. Councilmember Jane asked about Airbnb, and so we do get TOT from Airbnb. We've had an agreement for them to voluntarily collect that for us. When you're talking about how diligent do we go after Airbnb, I know there was a question and a comment about enforcement. I know that it was on the work plan pre-COVID for the Community Development Department to come in with a licensing program. I've had conversations with the department to restart that. We haven't with regards to just work plan, workload, and COVID. In most cities, for those programs, it's definitely a community outreach engagement. It's a policy level decision. And then from a funding, a lot of times those licenses or permits for short-term rentals go to collect the costs of enforcement. And so kicking off that type of a program would be something I think in the future from a work plan. We've discussed it, but currently not in place. 76% of the budget, general fund budget, goes to salaries and benefits. We can do some quick comparisons. I think The caveat I want to make is that some of the cities differ in terms of what's funded in the general fund. Some of the cities differ in terms of their lines of businesses, whether they're a city that provides full police and fire or they contract with the county. But we can run some numbers and bring those back.
Sure, and I'll just expand on that. 76 or anywhere between 70 to 80% is fairly common when you look at the general fund. I haven't been a consultant. I've looked at many budgets, and it's typical because we're an agency of people, librarians, police officers, firefighters, and most of what we do is done by personnel that work for the city.
And then Councilmember Watanabe raised a good point about vacancy rates in the county, and so I, was reading the article about the county, how they're cutting vacant positions to solve their $120 million deficit. That was a practice over the course of the 3 years of deficits we faced. We've had some positions that were frozen. We were carrying 37 positions frozen, so that is a strategy we've used in the past to solve the budget deficit. I think the goal here from an ongoing standpoint, rather than removing them, but funding them and pushing to hires to ensure that from a service level that we're able to improve it. And so that's why our recommendation here really isn't to remove a large number of positions, but really keep them funded and fill them so that our services can improve. With regards, I know City Manager mentioned some of the comments around Northside Substation. I did talk to the police department today. So that position, that substation was funded by a CSO in the past that was previously removed from the budget, however, was restored as part of the $1.7 million a couple years ago. And so that position was approved for hiring. It's on their chart, as City Manager mentioned. 2 CSOs are in backgrounding, and I believe 2 more on a list. And so I think there's looking ahead, there's plans to open that in the near future. I'm not exactly sure on the timing, and we can bring that back. With regards to the SAFER grant, I made a comment that those were critical in terms of getting overtime savings, and I think I answered around what happens after the grant ends. With regards to $1.1 million in reserves, we still have a deficit. So in the 2-year budget, we balance the projected $8 to $9 million deficits. We do that using reserves in the first year, and then as some of the TOT collections gear up with the proposal in the budget to increase it by 2%, some of those dollars can come back to reserves. So that helps us to start to grow back our reserves that we've drawn down. So just based on the timing of that revenue stream, that's the strategy in the 2-year budget. So from a budget standpoint, the 2 years are balanced in the budget before you. As far as a carryover projects, Lick Mill Beacons, I'd have to either look at Craig. Okay.
Craig.
Yep, thank you, Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. Yes, that's a project we're actively working on. Council awarded that design, I think it was in the August-September timeframe, and we coupled that with another traffic project for efficiency purposes, and that's under design. We just passed the 65% mark, so we're working towards finalizing that and getting that one bid out. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Director Mobeck. So then next I have questions from Vice Mayor Park. So your comments regarding ongoing versus one-time. Yes, generally speaking, from a budget practice, we want to use one-time sources for one-time needs. Your comment about stimulus dollars, one-time needs, I do want to remind that the council made the decision in a very difficult budget 2 years ago to allocate those stimulus dollars to protect our services. And so, yes, that was a one-time source. And then, in subsequent years, because that $26 million was one time, you saw that deficit carry over in the forecast. Now, I'm, happy to report that number's significantly reduced, but that's I agree with in terms of ongoing versus one time there. As far as third-party partnerships, I know this was a question that was asked in the past, and I would defer to kind of a response either in writing or I don't know if Director Teixeira is on to make some comments. I know that I don't have a number as far as dollar savings. I think even beyond the fiscal portion of that kind of decision-making, there's policy decisions around who's running different programs, how those are available to who. And so any kind of partnership would have to consider a lot of different decisions. So we'll work with Director Teixeira on a written response. But as far as quantifying that, that's not something I have right now today. There was a comment around public safety, and so and unhoused. I know that police does work with many of the unhoused and the newly formed committee. I don't know that I'd have to find out if we have a more of a response to that. I don't know if that was more of a comment than a question, but. I do want to reiterate that with this budget, with public safety, there are no position reductions, there are no program reductions. In fact, with hiring, there's an expansion of some of those services. I know that working with police today, they let me know that for the first time since COVID started, some of the specialized assignments for police have been opened up for filling. And so I know that it's headed in the right direction. Obviously, there's a lot of need out in the community and limited resources to provide that. So, I'll work with police on that response. And I don't know if City Manager, you have more on that response.
Yeah, I think that there was another more general part of Councilmember Park's question, which was how can we pay for capital costs? And unfortunately, while this budget makes significant progress to reduce our deficit, we still have a structural deficit that we're going to have to work on over the next 2 years. And unfortunately, Santa Clara is not in a position where we can set aside ongoing revenue for capital costs. And so we're really going to have to look to our larger discussions about additional revenue measures, be they a sales tax, district transaction and use tax, be there a capital bond or some other funding mechanism, because we know we have $500 million of deferred maintenance, but then there's also the known unknowns where we haven't put a dollar figure on. And for a lot of our facilities that, as was mentioned, have been built in the 60s, it's time for some major investment. And we can do that through a series bond. It does not have to be a capital bond where all of the money comes due immediately. We can stagger it over time because it will take time to build the projects and take time to plan them. But certainly, we really need to have those conversations and look toward other new revenue sources.
And Vice Mayor, you also had a question on the mayor and council operating budget and the 30% growth there. So I just want to point out that in this budget, I think in our base budget, there was a position that was partially funded in city manager's office that was shifted over to the mayor and council office. So that technical budget adjustment is why the budget grew in terms of mayor and council budget. Then Mayor, you had a handful of questions. I'll do my best and we'll include some written response.
Right, and I'd like to stop about 5 minutes to 7. So. Okay. I know I gave you about 100 questions or comments, so yeah.
I'll do my best and we'll
include. The next 5 minutes, yeah,
absolutely.
Thank you.
So your first comment on, I believe, the city of Cupertino and that impact, does that impact us? So some cities around us have had specific agreements with corporations to report point of sale in that city. We don't have those agreements, and if anything, as those agreements dissolve or get challenged, it would help us incrementally, and that's only because all that sales tax revenue would then be shared with many agencies through the pool or internet pool, assuming those were online sales. And so potentially incrementally, I wouldn't count on it from a budget perspective. And it's a topic when we see our neighbors do it that we ask our sales tax consultant, is it legal? Can we challenge it? Working with the state, but the state really regulates that program and very closely. So
I saw that we have some Apple buildings in Santa Clara, so I thought maybe when I read that today, I thought maybe we would get some benefit from that decision. So
I would think we would have some benefit. I'd have to work with our consultant to determine, is it a large, is it small, but I would wager a very minimal, if any, on that. With regards to drug programs, school funding, And so I do have conversations with the police department. Those positions around the schools are funded, they are budgeted. Understand that those programs have been paused because of COVID, and I know that they are working on a plan to bring back drug education in the schools at some point. I talked to Assistant Chief Kazem, and I know that they're working on potentially a pilot program in schools next fiscal year or early next calendar year. So it is on their radar. Those are funded, and we'll continue to work closely to make sure that the resources to continue to provide that education is included in the budget, and that plan is in place. I will have to get back on the PAL director and some of the school site officers and working with the police department on what that staffing and that plan is from a hiring perspective. We talked about the north side substation.
Before you leave that, also
Yes.
CSOs for park patrols. I also had that on the list, if you would check on that, because we have issues in our parks.
Absolutely.
Yes,
I'll check
thank
on
you.
that and bring forward a response. Then with regards to the north side substation, I think we provided some information that there is a plan to staff that as soon as we can hire and bring on board and background those CSOs. There's 2 in backgrounding, 2 more potentially coming, so hopefully soon. With regards to vacancy factors, Mayor, it's interesting your percentage was right on 12%, and with the hiring in process today, it's projected to drop to 4%. But knowing that separations, retirements occur, it's our hope and goal to keep hiring going, and this budget allows us to do that. And hopefully we get ahead of the curve. But it's kind of this, we hire and people go. But that's the intent to reduce that vacancy rate.
I read about the 12% in your budget.
Oh,
That's where I
great.
got that information.
Thank you.
I assume it's correct.
Yes. Let's see. With regards to library and the senior center hours, I think City Manager mentioned that. We've had a conversation with Director Wong, and there was a question on as-needed employees. So those as-needed employees will help us increase hours. We have 4 library positions currently active, being filled as we speak. The plan is to recruit for a significant number of as-needed employees with, I think, the goal to expand hours, as City Manager mentioned, either later this calendar year or early next year. But there's a plan in place. As hiring happens, those hours will expand. So with regards to Parks and Rec youth fees, I'll have to get the number of revenue that our budget assumes. I have that on my to-do to bring back with Director Teixeira to consider changing those fees at a later date, and so I'll bring that information back to you. CIP, I know there was a comment on the swim center. I think we've addressed, at least, there's a lot of funding we need for capital. New ways to generate revenues. As your finance director, I'm always looking under every rock that we can. So I bring forward recommendations for your consideration around fees, around ballots. Over the 5 years I've been here, we've had 3 successful ballot measures that have helped us. We'll continue to bring those ideas forward. On the 49ers side, absolutely, any revenue to the general fund from the Levi Stadium would help our budget. And so, as your SCSA treasurer and your finance director, looking at both sides to make sure the city is both protected and gets any revenue that we can from that facility. Councilmember Becker asked about infrastructure bonds. Thank you for that feedback with regards to the November 2024 ballots. You mentioned Measure M, I believe, around cannabis. I know that that's been a policy discussion with the council at least twice, led by Assistant City Manager Shikata. I know that it's involves public safety resources if that was implemented. That's something I think I'll work with the City Manager's office on updating where that's at, and if that's a priority of the council, work with the office to see how that would be advanced. I think I covered most, and
I think you did
if I
it.
missed anything,
Very good.
happy to.
That was wonderful. I know that, the questions, you did it perfectly. The questions have led to a lot more questions in my mind, but I'll, prepare those for our next budget study session, which is June 6th.
Yes.
At 4, 5, is that a 4? I can. Yes. Okay.
Mayor,
great.
we haven't
We're
decided on a
determining.
firm time, but we do want to preserve sufficient time for the city council to ask any additional questions and for us to respond. And so we need to look. It will either be 4 or 5 o'clock, but we will get back to the council and post appropriately.
So in the meantime, we will put out online the information that we have, the full budget, maybe a smaller version of the budget, the PowerPoint that you just gave us, which is very interesting with a lot of facts. I know it's long, but let's put it out in different forms so that our public can have a chance to absorb it. It's big and there's a lot of stuff, but it's really interesting and important to our future to be able to look at that. Do I have a comment? Quick comment, Vice Mayor Park and Councilmember Chahal.
Yes, thank you very much, Director Lee. I do want to state that even for things like DARE, as long as we have programs that are stopped and we're looking to restart them, maybe we can also take this time to rethink or even switch programs to things that we think are more effective. And we had a number of comments last time DARE was brought up from people in the audience, people online, saying that there may be other options, and I think it would be amiss not to consider those options while the programs are stopped. Instead of looking to simply restart them, maybe look at what other things we could do. I also want to note to the people in the audience that on the City Council meetings page on Legistar, the public can actually see the agenda packet that contains all of the information in Director Lee's presentation. Not exactly the same, but every single graph, I believe, and all the information is there. And detailed budget information, including, I think, milestones and schedules for what's coming up next. So if you don't have to wait, the public doesn't have to wait for anything else to be posted. All the information there, I believe, is already available on the council meetings page. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make it easier as opposed to going in the council meeting page trying to find the item. If we can put it on our website in an easy form with links, I think it's great. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager and Director Lee, clarifying that there are no cuts in the public safety and all these programs, whatever Mayor was talking about was because of the lack of adequate personnel, basically. But we never made those cuts, and this, as the hiring goes on, we will be following it. These will be restored. Thanks for that clarification on that. But I would emphasize the restoration of library and the senior center timings to the pre-COVID-19. That is a priority should be priority for everyone, whether we want to hire temp staff, if the personnel is not there, whatever way we can do it, that should be a priority for that. I hear a lot about that, and we need to make sure we implement that. One other thing which I mentioned, and I have been hearing from Senior Advisory Committee when I attended the meeting, is the on-demand shuttle program. What's the update on that? How we can update our residents on that? When we will be implementing that in collaboration with the City of Cupertino, because they are piloting that and they are the main party to implement that. And I just want to make two brief comments on public-private partnership. I think it is time that we need to explore greater public-private partnerships. The public sector budgets are in deficit, not within our city, but many other cities. So whatever way we can explore our businesses, how they can help us restore some of the services or contribute towards the community services, that would be great. And we should put an emphasis on the public-private partnerships on that. Second thing is although we have vacancies, but more and more throughout the world, we are trying to go for automation. So if we can side by side, while we are ready to hire these people, we are looking for these people, but we should be looking at the automation efficiencies, whether it's whatever resources we have currently, we should be emphasizing those efficiencies and looking forward, going forward with the AI implementations, whatever we can do on that. And you're very right, like we have a really dire situation on the capital funds requirement for $500 million. We only have 1% of that, $5 million. That's a really, really bad situation, and we need to look into ways to raise those capital investment funds, basically, how we can do that. Those are my short comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Lee. Thank you, everyone. We are now going to adjourn this study session, and we will start our agenda. It's 7 o'clock at 7:10. 7:10, we're going to start the agenda. Thank you very much, everyone. Welcome, everyone, to the Santa Clara City Council Concurrent Council meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those who are participating and joining us this evening as registered lobbyists, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to the City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. For today's meeting, the council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use its Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move on to the council agenda. But before we start this evening, I'd like to ask for a moment of silence. On May 6th, another mass shooting has again tragically taken the lives of 8 people, 3 of them young children, at the Allen Premium Outlets in Allen, Texas. Kai Song Cho, Cindy Cho, and their 3-year-old son James, sisters Daniela and Sophia Mendoza, were in 4th and 2nd grade. Christian LaCour, a security guard, died protecting customers and employees. Ashwarya Takonda, a civil engineer, and Elio Kumana Rivas were among the victims lost. We share our condolences and prayers for the surviving victims of the shooting who are still recovering. Together, we deeply mourn the loss of these victims with their loved ones, the city of Allen, and the entire nation. Let us please have a moment of silence in memory of these 8 victims who lost their lives that day. Thank you very much for that. So, on a happier note, before we begin this evening's meeting, I would like to welcome to the community and to the city our new city manager, Jovan Grogan. Jovan, welcome. This evening, Jovan was appointed by the City Council to serve as city manager for the city on February 7th, but his first day was May 1st, just last week. And so he did attend a special council meeting, but this is his first official council meeting. So we thought this would be the nice time to introduce him to the community. Jovan is a local native of the Bay Area, and he's been an exceptional leader in local government, serving as the second in command in the cities of Berkeley and Concord, and most recently serving in the peninsula as the city manager in San Bruno. Jovan has a proven track record of helping public agencies resolve fiscal challenges and establish strategic partnerships that benefit local communities. Prior to that, Jovan was with a consulting firm that specialized in helping local governments improve operations. City Manager Grogan holds a Bachelor of Science in Urban and Regional Studies, as well as a Master of Regional Planning, both from Cornell University. As our city manager, Mr. Grogan will also serve as the Executive Director of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority and is responsible for the oversight of Silicon Valley Power, the city's electric utility, and the Santa Clara Convention Center. Please join me in welcoming our new city manager, Jovan Grogan, to lead our amazing city at the center of what's possible. City Manager, if you'd like to say something.
Very brief. Mayor Gilmore, members of the council, and the public, I just want to thank the City Council and the organization for an amazingly warm welcome. It is my pleasure to serve the citizens of Santa Clara, support the organization, but most importantly, work with you as the governing body for this amazing organization on all of the amazing opportunities, challenges, and everything that we have ahead of us. This is an amazing city, and it is my pleasure to serve you and serve the community, and I look forward to all the work ahead.
Thank you, City Manager. We appreciate that. So we have a new team, new city manager, new city attorney. So we're bright and shiny new. Welcome to go. We're ready to go. All right. So this is a special evening. We have 6 special orders of business this evening. So this is the fun part of all of our jobs. It's the special orders of business. So first we have, for the first item, the council will take actions related to the 2023-2024 Youth Commission. The Youth Commission was established in our city in 1995, and our youth commissioners provide valuable insight regarding youth and teen issues in our community. I would like to invite our Youth Commission staff liaison, John Kawada, to the podium to provide some background on the interview process. Welcome, John.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, City Council members. Welcome, City Manager and City staff with us this evening. On April 1st and 3rd, 20 candidates were interviewed for vacancies on the city's Youth Commission. Eligible candidates were sought that would best serve and represent the city's youth and teen population. At the completion of the process, 2 candidates and 2 alternates were recommended for appointment. In addition, there are 13 commissioners eligible for reappointment for the 23-24 Youth Commission term. Youth commissioners are City of Santa Clara residents between the ages of 12 and 19 and may serve up to 6 one-year terms. For the consideration of mayor and council members, I would like to announce the recommended candidates, alternates, and eligible returning members for the 2023-24 Youth Commission term. Our 2 candidates are Namita Gadani, Cupertino High School, and Miriam Ismail, Wilcox High School.
Would you like to come forward as he's mentioning you? Because eventually we're all going to take a picture. So come on forward. Thanks.
Yeah. Our recommended conditional alternates are Juliana Arias Hernandez, Santa Clara High School, and our second recommended conditional alternate is Niharika Uppalapati, Santa Clara High School. And our returning youth commissioners being recommended for reappointment are Arav Gupta, Bellarmine College Prep, serving his 5th term, Malia Martin, Archbishop Mitty, serving her 3rd term, Haranya Parikh, Santa Clara High School, serving his third term. Samarth Suresh, 10th grade, Wilcox High School, serving his third term. Fatima Ismail, Wilcox High School, serving her second term. Ryan Kim, Sacred Heart Prep, San Jose, second term. Kira Liang, Cupertino High School, second term. Keith Mabin, Wilcox High School, second term. Samara Mehta, Archbishop Mitty High School, second term. Simran Garg, St. Francis High School, second term. Sudipti Ravapati, St. Francis High, second term. And finally, Sarah Zhuo, Cupertino High School, fourth term. These are your returning youth commissioners for the 2023 term, as well as our recommended candidates and conditional alternates.
Very good. Let's give them a round of applause. And do I have a motion by the council to vote for this in favor of the recommendation?
I would like to make the motion to, and since some of these are my students, I'm so glad to see them. And I'd like to make the motion to restaff our youth commission.
Second.
For the recommendation.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and second. Let's take a vote on that, make it formal. I'm not taking any objections, so there's no objections. And if you'd like to also turn around and face the audience so that they can, if they want to take a picture of you, although we're going to have you up here. And the folks at home can see you as well. See you're on the camera there. Okay.
Please register your vote.
City clerk?
Please register your vote.
I guess we can all vote.
Yes.
We're all here, so please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, John. So for the next item, we'd also like to recognize the outgoing members of the Youth Commission. If I guess you can.
Would you like to do the photo now, or we can do it after the second special?
Could we do it with the outgoing members
Yes, of course.
as well?
Okay.
Okay. They're all going back. Oh, well, let's go do the outgoing members. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. All right.
Okay. For our next special order of business, it is my pleasure to recognize two outgoing youth commissioners this evening. The City of Santa Clara appreciates the service these commissioners have provided to the community and wishes them the best as they continue their service and education. Rajvi Kanjan Shroff will be graduating from Cupertino High School and has served 3 terms with Youth Commission. Rajvi has been a valuable addition to the team and is always encouraging teamwork and trying to determine the best ways to address youth needs in the community. A few highlights for Rajvi include creating care packages for local teachers and participating in an insightful intergenerational coffee chat with members of both the Youth and Senior Advisory Commission. Rajvi will be attending San Jose State, majoring in computer science. Thank you very much, Rajvi. Okay. Second, Jasmine Kelly Tanti will be graduating from Santa Clara High School and has served 5 terms with the Youth Commission. Jasmine states that Youth Commission has been a huge part of her life and provided her a sense of duty and connection to the community. At school, she is proud of her long involvement with Santa Clara High School's marching and symphonic bands and has held leadership positions in both groups. She values the people she's met and the lessons she's learned while on Youth Commission and will take these experiences into the next chapter of her life. Jasmine will be attending San Jose State, majoring in music education. Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you, Rajvi and Jasmine, for your years of service to the City of Santa Clara. And at this time, I would like to invite the 23-24 Youth Commissioners and alternates to the stage for a photo with the Mayor and Council.
Okay. Yeah, I guess.
We want to spread out evenly. Come on up.
They're all leaving.
Thank you very much. So for our next item, the council would like to recognize a very important organization, the American Red Cross. Red Cross Month was in March. However, the board members were not able to join us till today, so we just stretched it out until May. So thank you for joining us for the special recognition. This evening, we have board members Joe Szynski and Saksham Gakar, I hope I said that close to being right, with us from the Red Cross. I invite Joe and Saksham to the podium as he has a presentation for us about local Red Cross. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, distinguished council members. Welcome, new city manager and new city attorneys and the rest of the staff. It's an honor and privilege to be here. It's an honor and privilege to be on the American Red Cross. And I'd like to turn it over to our new board member to kick it off and give a quick overview.
Thank you so much, Joe, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm Saksham, and I am a new board member on the Red Cross board. And it's an honor to be part of the session today. I want to introduce our mission here. American Red Cross prevents and alleviates human suffering in the face of emergencies by mobilizing the power of volunteers and generosity of donors. Next slide. Thank you. Here are our 5 major work streams. Our services are spread across the disaster services work stream, blood services, preparedness, health and safety services, international services, and services to the armed forces. We are impacting over 24,000 lives every day. 170 times a day, we are helping a family affected by a disaster. We are holding 12,500 times a day blood donations across the country. Over 800,000 weather alerts are being sent through our app every day. Over 1,400 times a day, we are providing services to military members, and 700,000 kids are getting measles and rubella vaccinations. Over 13,000 times a day, we are helping people receive Red Cross training. So the impact is bountiful, and we thank everybody for their service. In Santa Clara County alone in 2022, we have helped 215 families every week on average. About 1,200 services provided to military personnel. 17,000 blood units have been collected from over 500 blood drives within the Santa Clara County, and over 13,000 people have been trained in first aid, CPR, AED, and water safety. In late part of 2022 and early 2023, we have seen over 30 atmospheric rivers cause havoc in California, and we've helped disasters, all big and small. Over 145 emergency shelters were erected in financial year 2022 alone, and the impact is just amazing.
I want to reiterate that one. We had 145 part-time shelters that we put up for just an amazing year, good and bad, I guess.
Do you want to go on
keep
again, actually?
Keep going. You're doing fantastic.
No, I would love to hand it over to you, actually.
Keep going. So I'll jump in.
Yeah.
So in 2014, we averaged 1 disaster per month. Right now, we're averaging 4.5 disasters per month. So your help is needed. The world is just changing. So this is a huge stat that's just scares me almost. Next. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs blood. So we save lives at the American Red Cross. And if you're not donating, please consider it. We assist military. This is how I actually got involved with the Red Cross in my military days overseas. And we assist in multiple ways, both deployment and return. We teach life-saving skills. I mean, I don't know about you, but I've been CPR, schools, different places. So we prevent disasters from happening as much as possible. We help people around the world with the vaccinations. What you can do to help. Now, we went through this quickly because we got a tight time frame, but if you can donate blood, please do. If you can volunteer, please do. If you can't give money, well, that's okay too. So thank you for your time, and please help out where you can. We're here to help. Thank you.
So thank you, Joe and Saksham. We appreciate all the work that the Red Cross does to support Santa Clara and prepare our community for local disasters and emergencies. We really do. And so, Saksham, are you going to be with us next March?
Yes, that is
for
the
the
plan.
right. Are you going to get the right month? Yeah.
Yes, this time, hopefully.
No, but all kidding aside, thank you so much for everything that you do and the Red Cross does. We really couldn't live without you as a community. And we have a proclamation we'd like to present you. So would you please join the City Council and I, both of you, up here for a photo? Thank you. All right, for our next special order of business, the City Council would like to proclaim May 7th through May 13th as Drinking Water Week. So all of us lift your glass, your water source. Every day we drink water to stay hydrated, and we may not think about the sources of our drinking water. Drinking Water Week brings awareness to the significance of having safe drinking water and keeps our residents healthy. This evening, we have Director of Water and Sewer Utilities, Gary Welling, with us to share more about Drinking Water Week. So Gary, thank you for joining us, and if you'd like to have your staff come up as well. This is a special week for you, all of you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it's Drinking Water Week,
Thank
right?
you. Drinking Water Week.
Thanks for the introduction. Thanks for the opportunity to highlight the great work of staff that work in water and sewer utilities. This proclamation is important recognition for the wonderful work that is done by many men and women of the utility here in Santa Clara to make sure that our water is always available, day or night, and is clean and healthy. And, you know, the team worked extremely hard. This is just some of the team through COVID-19 to deliver that water, and I really appreciate and really proud of the work that they do. The staff, as I mentioned, is just a few of the 73 staff that we have in the utility, and the group that I have here combined have over 100 years of experience in water and sewer utilities. So let me go from...
Yes, introduce them, please. If you stand so everyone can hear at home.
Okay.
But if you want to, turn around as we can see you. Okay. I wanted to make sure the audience at home could see you. I was going to have you turn around, but this is perfect. Okay.
Okay, so I have Ahmed Ali, who's a principal engineer in the utility, oversees all of our engineering functions. His son Adele is here in the back too, so shout out to Adele. Brendan McCarthy is our management analyst, manages all our administrative functions in the utility. Shilpa Mehta, our Assistant Director of Water and Sewer Utilities. Victoria Gleason is our Conservation Coordinator. We have Franz Mortensen on the end, who's our Business Utility Systems Manager and handles all of our data management needs. And Garrett Brown, who oversees all of our operations, who's the Water and Sewer Superintendent. So I also wanted to give a shout out to the council members, Councilmember Watanabe and Hardy, who sit on our boards and commissions, Bosca and Water Commission. They've done a great job for advocating for just the utility and the customers of Santa Clara. So I appreciate the work that they've done too. And so just want to introduce everybody and say thanks.
Well, no, we want to say thanks. Thank you to all the hard work your team does for our city. We literally couldn't survive without you. I hope you know that. So we really are grateful and appreciate all that you do, and would hope that we have this, that you would join us up here for a photo. We have a proclamation to give to you and to your office, just as a small token of thanks for all that you do for our city. We appreciate it. Thank you. So if you can meet us up here. Yes, round of applause.
All right, 1, 2, and 3, and I'll take a couple of them here. And one more, and thank you very much.
I just want to really thank staff for all they do to keep our water clean and safe. I teach a class for middle school, and every class, every semester, I show the story of bottled water. What the public doesn't realize is that often the water out of your tap is safer than bottled water. People don't understand that. And if I get this right, our water rates are $7.33 per 100 cubic feet, and that's 748 gallons. That works out to a penny a gallon. If you buy bottled water at Safeway, you're going to pay $1.57 a gallon. So you're going to be spending 157 times as much money for bottled water than water that is tested constantly by our staff. It is safer often than bottled water. So people who keep buying bottled water, and when I go to Costco, I see all these carts with hundreds of bottles of water which create plastic pollution. They're actually wasting their money. So I encourage people to drink our water.
That's not bottled water in your thing, is it? You got it straight from the hallway here. I saw him. Okay. Thank you. So now we have a presentation by our Senior Advisory Commission.
Madam Mayor. Light on.
Oh, okay. Karen, go ahead.
I just wanted to reiterate what he said is correct, and this is good Santa Clara tap water in here. I want you to know that. And it's important for us to understand. Electricity, I really like it. But because of the infrastructure and the wonderful people in our city who make that work every day, you can complain when the electricity goes off, but your water goes off, you're screaming, and I understand that. Thank you to the people who make that work in our city. We appreciate it.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes, I don't know if there are any other comments about the proclamation of Water Week, but I wanted to raise a point of order. I mean, I understand why we skipped over the reports of action taken in closed session, but I don't understand why we skipped over continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. I have been consistently raising my hand at the end, sometimes at the beginning of every item on the special order of business, but it's been put down and I have not been called. So I just want to know, are we going to call, and we can do it after the special order of business, but I think I do see some people here for the continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations item, but I don't know why we skipped that.
That was my mistake. I will do them after special orders of business. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand ever. All right. Next, we have the presentation by our Senior Advisory Commission on the upcoming Be Strong, Live Long 2023 Health and Wellness Fair. Please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff. My name is Nancy.
Oh, you have to hear in the microphone, Nancy.
right.
Can you start again, please? Thank you.
Okay. I'll start over.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Nancy Toledo. I'm the chair of the Senior Advisory Commission. I've come here tonight to invite you to the 22-23 Health and Wellness Fair to be held Friday, May 19th, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. in Fremont Park. In keeping with the age-friendly city domains, the City Advisory Commission set a goal for 22-23 to once again organize and promote the Be Strong, Live Long Health and Wellness Fair. This event aims to celebrate and support older adults' desire to preserve and improve their personal health by providing information and resources for individuals as well as caregivers who might be responsible for family members. The 7th annual health fair returns with over 55 exhibitors specializing in a variety of resources. Attendees will have access to an abundance of community resources. Among them, free blood pressure checks provided by the Senior Center Health and Wellness staff, information on how to stay healthy and safe at home, other safety net and support services addressing older adults' needs. In addition, a tasty, healthy lunch will be available for purchase for $7 from 11:30 to 1:30. Also, to promote sustainable living, carpooling, walking, and biking are recommended. A free bike watch area will be available, and again, the event will host a Bike to Wherever Day Energizer station provided by the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. Those who pledge online to ride their bikes will receive a swag bag. Sponsors of the event are the Santa Clara Senior Center, the Senior Advisory Commission, and Kaiser Permanente. All right. Now that you've heard all that I will be available at this event on Friday, May 19th, I'm sure you will make plans to attend, to join us. We look forward to seeing all of you there. And I did hear a rumor that there might be some entertainment and music, and we have also ordered a very special weather day. Thank you very much.
I've attended that every year, and every year it gets better and better, and I look forward to attending this year. And I think as the word gets out in our community that there's resources for everyone, you don't have to be a senior to come. I mean, you could be a caregiver, a family member, or just a member of the community. It's amazing with all the booths there and all the resources and the great food, and it's a beautiful park setting. So I encourage everyone to attend. It's just phenomenal. So thank you for that, and thank you for the presentation and for coming this evening. I appreciate it. All right. And our last special order of business this evening, the council would like to recognize community member Donna West for her contributions toward ongoing efforts to revitalize downtown Santa Clara. As a volunteer, Donna was an integral part of reclaiming our downtown. A grassroots organization, if you don't know, it's a grassroots organization working to revitalize downtown as a destination for Santa Clara. Donna spent countless hours researching Santa Clara downtown history and best practices of other cities who have rebuilt successful, thriving downtowns. Donna has worked with the team towards developing the first downtown precise plan and form-based code. And for those who have seen her work, she has a lot of history, a lot of knowledge, and I heard that she might be moving out of town, so, but luckily for social media and other resources, she may be far away, but still close to downtown Santa Clara. So before I ask Donna to come up and speak, I'd like to ask Mary Grizzle to come up and say a few words about Donna. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And before I start, I would like to welcome our new city manager. And it was great meeting our city attorney as well. And I hope that your new ideas will make our city a beacon of success. I am Mary Grizzle. I am the face and the voice of our group, Reclaiming Our Downtown. I'm often called the mayor of the downtown. However, there is someone in the group who quickly became the source for each of our victories. Donna West took over the research division, and it is through this research that we have thrived and made our biggest advances. She is the real hero of the group. It is her efforts that brought a WRT, a precise plan, and a form-based code, which will soon go to Planning Commission along with the EIR for approval. Like our co-founders, myself, Donna West, and truly the team, we've spent thousands of hours to make this dream of having a downtown become a reality. It is what I call a huge labor of love, and it took many hearts with one vision to get this far. But like in any organization, there is always a star that rises above the group, and definitely in our group, it is Donna West. It is a shame she is having to move across the country because she can't afford a place to live here. That's really a big loss, and I'm hoping that before too long, our city will take some action and do some affordable housing for people like me, like Donna, who don't have high-paying jobs, but are wanting to live in our beautiful city. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary. Now I'd like to ask Donna, are you prepared to say a few words? I don't know if anyone asked you, Donna, but if you wouldn't mind coming forward. And a lot of people know you, but they maybe haven't seen you, so they've seen some of your posts and your history presentations that you've made have been pretty phenomenal, so welcome.
The last couple years, it's definitely been a virtual presence. So I'm glad to be here. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, and members of the City Council. A special thank you to the City Clerk for all your assistance that you've helped, especially virtually, when we're making comments and things, our talks. Thank you. Thank you to the City Attorney. Welcome. And thank you, our welcome City Manager, Grogan. Starting out, I want to quote from a Reclaiming Our Downtown member, a fourth generation Santa Clara farming family. Edward William Sousa once said, on leaving, this is about family connection and experience. Or, on leaving, this is about family connection and experience in the last stage of my life. This is what my grandparents did. Even though I'm leaving, Santa Clara is always in my heart, and I continue to support this town. There is a connection here tonight. I discovered that my paternal cousins lived in Santa Clara in the 1960s to the 1990s. Betty Dills, the wife of Roy Dills, was a city employee in 1969, and she received an award from Mayor Gary Gilmore. Tonight connects me with them and with you, Mayor Gilmore. Sorry.
That's okay.
A little passion here. Thank you. I forever in my heart and sad to leave, but I'm passionate because I love my Santa Clara community. I'm grateful to have met all the amazing people in our community in the past 37 years. In Santa Clara and through my Santa Clara Heritage Project, I thank each and every one of you. The work I have done through Reclaiming Our Downtown and my Santa Clara Heritage Project shows the town spirit of our locals who want authenticity in the ambiance of the cities of Santa Clara citizens. The citizens of Santa Clara want this downtown. I continue to support this effort in our community together with you. And thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, city staff, my teammates of Reclaiming It Downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. And I know you've made a lot of friends here, especially in the last few years with Reclaiming Our Downtown. You may be leaving, but you've left a huge impact and a legacy here with your work. And I hope wherever you go that it continues virtually, if not in person, because I think that even once anyone leaves Santa Clara, they always bring Santa Clara with them. They can't, you just can't leave this town once you've been involved in it. It's such a special place, and you've made it special for a lot of people. So I'm going to go to Councilmember Becker, and then I'm going to ask you with the Reclaiming Our Downtown folks to join all of us here for a photo, and we'll give you the matching Mayor Gilmore proclamation from your family members. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Donna West, you are dedicated and loyal to your community and to the city of Santa Clara, and also reclaiming our downtown. You are the integral part of reclaiming our downtown. You are more than a volunteer, and you are the literal roots of the grassroots efforts. You and others worked very hard to revitalize and create our downtown as a marquee destination for the city of Santa Clara. Your countless hours of researching, investigating have gone unnoticed. Santa Clara is so grateful for you. You are a gem. You have proven your passion consistently. You have often questioned authority and often asked questions that get your mind working, especially lighting a fire for the downtown plan. You found the old City Hall clock, from what I've heard. What a find. That is actually an amazing research and find for our history, especially tracking down history. My heart breaks, though, that you are moving away. The state you are moving to is very lucky to have you, because our loss is their gain. I read, though, how hard it has been for you, and frankly, I feel for you. It is a vicious cycle that many of us are going through. We're losing stellar members of our community because of economics, and we need to build more affordable housing ASAP, so my heart breaks for you on that. I have followed you for some time now, since the beginning of your downtown efforts. I know your heart is here in the city of Santa Clara as well out in the Midwest. So I hope out there you get to go to see your Super Bowl champs, the Chiefs, play, as well as the Royals. And I wish you the best. Your presence here in Santa Clara will never be forgotten, and you will always have to let us know if you're visiting, because this is not a goodbye. I have a quote for you from the film Nomadland. One of the things I love most about life is that there is no final goodbye. I don't ever say a final goodbye. I always just say, I'll see you down the road. I will for sure see you in the future, and I'm always an email, a phone call, or a Facebook Messenger message away. Thank you, Donna, for everything you've done for our community.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
Donna, I know how much you love this city. You've spent so many hours on this, and it's really sad that the price of housing has driven you out so that you won't be able to experience, when we do finally build the downtown, all that it has to offer for the city. And I know you'll come back, but it won't be the same as being here and living it. So yeah, we hope you come back often and get to enjoy the downtown that you have dreamed of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Donna, thank you very much for your volunteer work. Your contribution and your team's contribution has brought the downtown revitalization to the next level, which we're talking about for probably a decade or more. But that's the contribution you all have given and led this council to make some actions on this particular thing. Although you are moving, but please stay connected. Do help this team remotely, and I think you can do it. The contribution you did by technical studies and all the contribution data you collected, you can still contribute to that. And when we have a downtown, please come back. You will be our guest, and we'll be honored to host you over here at that time. Thank you very much for your services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Donna, would you please join us up here with all the Reclaiming Our Downtown folks so we can get a nice photo for you. Vice Mayor Park? What's that?
Yes, I'll wait just a bit.
Do you have something to say
I do.
on this item?
No.
Okay.
But I do want to say that in addition to containing Drinking Water Week, that May is also Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And although we don't have a proclamation for that,
That's at our next meeting.
understood, but I'm saying that it's the entire month of May, and getting people on board with knowing that it's Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month as soon as possible would be a good thing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all for all the special orders of business, and thank you for your patience, the rest of the council people that are here for other items on the agenda. I'm going to go back now to reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you know, council did not meet in closed session on the items posted, and so there's nothing to report out of closed session.
Okay, thank you for that. Next, we have continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Do we have any from the council members, the staff, or the public? If you have one, please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
and respected council members. This is a reconsideration for some of the decisions that you took last week. Unfortunately, I was not here in person, but I was listening intently over Zoom. And I would have to say my soul was a bit crushed that day. It felt like the loss of democracy. Knowing that we would have fiduciary issues, we still went ahead with the decision. Actually, I have one more public giving their time to me. So this vote was 4-3, and despite knowing that 80 to 95% of the people have a strong opposition just because they have safety concerns, their voices not being heard, like that seemed a bit off for the city of Santa Clara. I would have to say that we ended the meeting, prior, assuming that it will be reconvened. So my question to the city attorney and city manager would be, supportive housing, county, and Life Moves were given the opportunity to come back over here and present some of the additional facts to help you in your discussion. But the city residents were silenced. They didn't have any opportunity for any rebuttal, and you continued on that. So my humble request to all of you is that please reconsider, because some of you made some assumptions when you decided, and I would want to just call them out so that you can reconsider. Councilmember Becker, you had a lot of empathy for people who get challenged by just the housing situation. They are not able to afford housing over here. And we saw some of the examples right now in today's session. So I was very surprised, why didn't you support Mr. Chahal in his motion of trying to consider for affordable housing in that particular location? Councilmember Hardy, you had a very empathetic plea of no kid should be sleeping in the car. Completely get it. And you said no cost is too high, for that. I get that too. I'm a parent, I'm a dad. I would have to say the cost of safety is very high, even for that kid. So I think it is our obligation, moral obligation, as well as responsibility to ensure that every kid that gets into that shelter is safe, is not affected by crime, is not affected by drug addiction, because it's your accountability now. Councilmember Jan, you mentioned that Mountain View saw a steep decline in homelessness and Life Moves had a big role to play, and that's why you're supporting, right? That's one of the data points. There is no direct causality of those two things. I sent you information about a Measure C, that took RVs out of the streets from Mountain View for quite some time. And the data is for 3-year time period. The facility only came in 21. So I think we have to look at the data in totality. The other part is many other cities actually saw an increase in homelessness despite their efforts and in putting in shelters and associated housing. Milpitas grew by 118%. Some other cities too, including San Jose, there was a steep increase despite all of the efforts over there. So I think we should look at the data in totality versus just looking at something that is consistent with our viewpoint. So that's my plea to you. Council Member Kathy, like I completely get it that some of the supporters that you talked to and the homeless people that you talked to were in favor, of this for sure. Who would not be? Like if I was a homeless person and if someone told me there is a shelter coming in, would I be on board? Of course I would be on board. The NGOs who are actually helping with this cause, if you ask them, they would of course be on board. This whole topic was about the residents affected. We are the residents affected. If you talk to us, the tax-paying residents who fund all of this, you would hear a different answer. And the answer is actually not no. The answer is we should do things that help families thrive here. And they will thrive when they do not have a fear hanging on their necks. So it's your moral obligation now that you have committed to make sure that this remains a safe place for everyone that you put in that shelter, especially the kids. Please remember, this part. And with that, I would appeal to you to reconsider based on these few data points. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney now, is there anyone else that would like to ask for any other reconsiderations, continuances? And then I'm going to go to the City Attorney. Maybe I can ask City Attorney. Well, let's hear from this gentleman first.
My name is John Hagley. I'm not sure. I wanted 3 minutes for a public presentation on the Benton, but part of that is asking for reconsideration.
Okay, go ahead then.
3 minutes.
If it's on the same topic, go ahead, please.
Exactly. So I think it would be better.
Okay.
So, John Haggerty.
It's 3 on this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm disappointed by some things that occurred at the last special meeting at the Benton experimental interim housing proposal. I was disappointed that 4 council members did not listen more fully to Council Member Park, who actually represents us in the West Santa Clara district, which is most impacted by this proposal. It's a special impact onto this district. And I'm disappointed because when the Sacramento and the courts imposed district elections on us, we were told that that would mean that the people of the districts would be heard more clearly, by the council. And here Kevin Park told you this is not good for our district, and you didn't defer to that. And I wasn't in favor of district elections to begin with because it divides the city, but that was the one benefit, and we're not getting it here, so I'm disappointed by that. I'm also disappointed that the 4 council members were so amenable to what the county proposed in this experimental thing, especially after the RDA dissolution fiasco, and also after all the recent litigation with the county and even the current county grand jury situation. I don't know why we should be so receptive. I know there's money on the table, but I really am disappointed by that. I was also disappointed that the public was not allowed to address the council after 2 hours of new presentations of new facts by the city staff, the county, and Life Moves. Among those was the whole new door, unit, client, tenant, whatever it is. That whole thing was kind of new, and we didn't get to talk about that. We weren't, the county was more forthcoming about their intentions and would they go ahead or wouldn't they go ahead. That was kind of hanging over us. Also, that how far they go with the money. So that was new stuff we weren't allowed to count. Even though we're citizens of both the county and the city, we weren't allowed to do that. Then Dr. Greenberg told us that families are fewer in number. So to have families, we're going to have a hard time filling up thing with family. We may even have to empty out Sunnyvale. This is all kind of new stuff, and we weren't allowed to address it. We weren't able to address it. And he also said that families tend to move through faster. And my experience walking around the city, most homeless people, unfortunately, are solitary souls. The ones who are part of families tend to get out of homelessness because they're more motivated. Finally, I was disappointed that the city staff wasn't more scrutinizing of this, both as to crime stats, cost, experimental nature of the thing, and also the Life Moves track records. I thought there should have been more. They seem to be boosting it rather than analyzing it. So for all these reasons, I would like you to reconsider this based on all this new information and what extra input you may have gotten since the last meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? If it's the similar topic, yes, please come forward. Welcome.
Did you want to take my name?
Do you have something in writing that you want to present?
I've given her the card, but it was for the later part. Either way.
Do you understand what the situation is? Oh, I see, public presentation card. I see. Okay, yes, welcome.
Nice to see you, council members. I'd like to provide what is not necessarily new information, just bringing up some information that wasn't fully addressed last week. There was a question about what were the incidents at Life Moves Mountain View, the family and adult interim housing, where there was an increase from, in 2019, there was one police call at that address, 2566 Lakehorn. In 2020, there were 3 incidents at that address. The facility opened in May of 2021. They had 94 incidents in the second half of that year. And then in 2022, that jumped to 141. And in the first 2 months of 2023, there were 22 incidents. And what those incidents are, let's see, so the way that Dr. Greenberg had addressed the question was, I think they were all medical. And yes, they were, or a majority of them probably were medical, but there were also 3 stolen vehicles, 2 rapes, and these are calls, not confirmed crimes. 1 domestic violence, 24 disturbance, 3 death threats, 1 grand theft, 1 petty theft, 2 drunken public, 6 CPS cross reports, 8 trespassing, 5 civil standby, and 8 suspicious circumstances, with several of the fire info, which are probably EMS. But I just wanted to make sure this information gets to this group so that you can really consider the facts instead of, partial information that you were shared last week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we have Dana. Is Dana here or online? Online. Go ahead, Dana, on reconsiderations, continuances.
Yes, yeah, on the same. Hi, council members and mayor. I'm Dana. I also want to ask for reconsideration of the proposal of the motion passed last Tuesday. So the reason for that is first, the 4 council members who voted yes to pass that motion was under the biased impression, and their decisions were based on the misleading information and false information. And I can say that, I can discuss that in details. And also the thing is, what has been proposed and presented in the May 2nd meeting is totally new to the public. So we were not informed for any of the recommendations, like the new recommendations, and also the new the presentations by Life Move and also by the city manager. So publics were not given the opportunities to ask questions, to challenge, and to provide comments on any of those. So I think that is also an unfair situation, illegal, but also unethical, against the democratic spirit to do that. So for the information, I think, for example, Councilmember Cassie, I believe the community has emailed you several times asking for meetings to talk with you, to share our findings, to share our concerns, but you refused based on the reason like your husband's health issue. I don't know why you feel it's unsafe to talk with us, but you feel it is safe to talk to the people in the shelter or on the street. So, I mean, for yourself, you can totally make that call on who you want to talk, who you don't. But as a council member, you should talk to both parties to be well and balanced informed to make your decision. So because of that, I believe your decision is partially informed, only informed by one party, but not the other. And also, Councilmember Sass, you said like the Mountain View, because of the Life Move shelter, the Mountain View's crime rate has declined, and also the rate for like the homeless has been declined too. So again, I think that is there's no causal relation can be built for that. And also, like we have emailed you a lot of information about why possibly that decline could be. That is because the Mountain View side has banned the RV parking. So many of the homeless has moved to other cities, nearby cities. So I think that if your decision is based on that, I think that is invalid as well. And also, I think Councilmember Becker, I'm really touched by your story and how you yeah. But I think sorry, I think it's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any others? Okay, city attorney. Oh, yes, please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Unfortunately, last Tuesday was not a good evening for us, for the majority of residents and taxpayers. As you all know, many of the county and city held public hearings, and public hearings are by definition for the benefit of the public to give information, ask questions, clarifications, so on. But it was the public that was actually not allowed to speak last Tuesday. And every other involved party was allowed to speak. City employees presented new information. County employees presented some information. Life Moves was allowed to speak. Everyone except the public. That to me is extremely concerning, distressing, and just doesn't feel right. So that's the main reason I would ask for reconsidering this. And also, many people before me have actually presented the full picture, not something that's cherry picked, but something that's raw and unfiltered. And that's also a question that people had asked, like which safety experts were consulted, and what was their feedback, raw and unfiltered. We still haven't got an answer to that. All the answers that were given were just, superficial, saying, oh yeah, there's not a significant increase, or it's all medical calls, but, provide us the full set of, information that was given to you based on which you made your decisions. And then, we can all feel good about it. So I seriously and, sincerely urge you to reconsider this. This felt rushed, but most importantly, it felt like the voice of the people was silenced on last Tuesday. And every public poll that was taken before showed, an overwhelming majority of residents, taxpayers, were not in favor of this, and for a multitude of reasons that have been specified. But that wasn't considered at all. So voters have taken notice of this. Voters will not forget. And we'll respond appropriately at the ballot boxes, the next time around. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there, if you haven't spoken, please come forward. Welcome.
Yes, thanks. Council member, thanks, Mayor. Yeah. So I also want to ask for reconsideration.
Can you hold on 1 second? Can we stop this for a second? Before Donna West leaves, I forgot to give you this. I apologize. Excuse me for 1 second.
No problem.
It's my fault. I apologize. Thank you for letting me do that. Okay, could we please start from the beginning? Thank you. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, thanks. So I also request you to reconsider the proposal last meeting. And so one thing we noticed that in the two presentations from April 25th and May 2nd, a lot of numbers are inconsistent. For example, the construction cost which is listed as 34 million in the first presentation. But in last week, in the second presentation, it's changed to 32.5 million. So this is a number is changed. And another thing is about 90 doors or 30 family units. So this is our, we think the answer from Consuelo are not satisfied. So how they should apply this to the home key funding. And as we know that if that is a 30 units, they are only eligible for 8 million home key funding. But if that is for 90 units, they can apply for 22 million. So this is something which is very suspicious, and I really request you to reconsider this. So if they are providing inaccurate number for the home key funding application, that is a big issue for the city. Yeah. Another thing is that, we are not allowed to speak, so that's why we speak today. And another thing is for the Mountain View number, the homeless people population changed in the past 2 years. I think Councilmember says we have this discussion before. So the major change is in Mountain View City, they have the new regulation which introduced in 2021, so they don't allow RV parking in the city street. So that is the major driver for this. And also the former city council member in Mountain View, she also highlighted this. This is one of the changer, yeah. So again, so we have in the city we have more than 5,000 petitions. So majority of the neighbors in this city we against this proposal. I really hope you can reconsider this. Especially, I think, like Council Member Raj, his proposal, we should build more permanent housing, and also we have more time to examine this project. So we really hope you can consider his motion. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? G? Is it G?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, mayors and council members. I hope you can reconsider this decision, because I believe this shelter, the customer of this shelter is not only the homeless but also the local residents. So if residents is not happy with it, it's definitely not a win-win situation for this project. Also, as an immigrant, I also keep learning the word democracy, which is government by the people or the rule of the majority. If majority of the residents want to support this project, probably we should need to reconsider this decision. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? No? Okay. City Attorney, we have several speakers that have asked for reconsideration. Can you tell us what the process would be for that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, if you might indulge me first, if I could respond to the legal issues, raised with the previous meeting, because that might help with context, too, for the reconsideration. Yeah.
So
I'll start with that.
Several said that they weren't allowed to speak. So
yeah, I'll start with that, Mayor, and then outline reconsideration process. So, first of all, there was no legal issue in how your meeting was conducted on April 25th, and then the reconvened, kind of continuation of that meeting on May 2nd. What was it? It's standard here and lawful everywhere after a public testimony is completed for staff and project proponents to respond to questions and concerns that have been raised, by members of the public. Project proponents, of course, because they have an interest in the project and they have the answers, right, to the issues and the concerns that were raised. So I didn't see anything improper or unlawful in how you conducted that meeting. It may have seemed unusual because it happened over 2 meetings, but really it was one meeting broken into parts, and staff, as a result, had time to prepare and respond in a more organized, way. So you did get, more information that I believe was clarifying and not inappropriately presented to you. So that addresses the legal concern that was raised. Regarding your process for reconsideration, that was an appropriate, request made by members of the public, and it would be possible for you tonight to make a motion and act on a request for reconsideration of this item. A motion would need to be made by a member on the prevailing side of the vote. A second could be made by any other member, wouldn't need to be someone on the prevailing side of the vote. And then the discussion would be limited not to the whole matter itself, whether you want to approve the project or not, or all the different elements of it, but whether or not there's an appropriate basis, for you to reconsider the item. 4 votes of any group of you after that motion sequence was made in favor of that motion would result in a requirement that the item be agendized at the next, I think the language is feasible, meeting. And we may have some discussions about what that is based on what would be on that agenda. The item would be noticed and agendized appropriately, and then your consideration would be limited in some respects to new information or claims of error that might have been made in applying the facts in accordance with your policy. So that's my outline of the process, Mayor, and obviously here to help guide you through that if necessary.
So in order to reconsider the item, the members that voted in the affirmative, and can you tell us who those members are? I know who the members are, but just for the record, the members that voted in the affirmative, City Clerk, do you have that? They would be the only 4 eligible to make a motion to reconsider, correct? Do you have that, City Clerk?
So the prevailing were Councilmember Becker, Councilmember Park, Councilmember Jane, Councilmember Watanabe.
No, that's wrong. So it was Councilmember Becker, Councilmember Hardy, Councilmember Jane, and Councilmember Watanabe, is to my recollection.
That's my understanding, Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
In the whispering, I missed it.
Yeah.
So Councilmember Becker, Councilmember Hardy, Councilmember Jane, Councilmember Watanabe.
So any of those 4 members can make a motion to reconsider. Any member of the council can second that motion. So the question is, do we have a motion to reconsider this item that was approved last Tuesday from any of the 4? Do we have any? No? Just please, Kevin. Just settle down, please. All right, so if there is no motion, there is no reconsideration. Correct, City Attorney?
That's right, Madam Mayor. A motion, second, and vote would all need to occur with no motion, no action.
All right, very good. Vice Mayor Park?
So I do want to add to some of this discussion, which is, I have this saying, being in customer service, which is, if you like your customers, if you like your constituents, give them a solution. And if you don't, do what's legal. I'm hearing a lot from the city attorney. I also heard that the information was not clarifying, that the information was clarifying, and I don't agree with that. The information was different. To the point that some of the information that was presented initially and represented was wrong, right? Even to the admission of the people that were presenting. I mean, I was the sole vote that against reconvening to the May meeting.
Are we to have, excuse me for a second, are we to have extended discussion when there's no? I just want to double check.
I want to also ask for a reconsideration on these grounds.
Oh, you're asking for
okay. I wanted to speak on this, but again, it seems like people don't see my hand up all the time. I mean, many people left early. I told council that people left early. I noted them. They didn't get to speak. Some people put their hands down because they wanted the meeting to end at midnight. Because, you know, we set a goal, we set a schedule for ending at midnight. They didn't get to speak either. I mentioned both of these things, and again, was the sole vote against reconvening under these conditions, that because the people would not get to speak. That, along with the fact that the information was not clarifying, it was different, it was additional information. That is, I completely disagree with the assertion that it was merely clarifying. The county and Life Moves, I hate to say it, misleading may be good. I may even go as far as to say the county lied. They claimed to have different densities and different heights, and it was exactly the same as their proposal earlier. I made the clarification about 30 family units or 30 family versus 90 units, and it's very clear. The only way they can get the numbers that are presented in the presentations, the staff presentations, is if they go for 90 single units. It's very clear. I mean, that's just math at some point. It's not even opinion. They didn't address the low barrier aspect of the project. In fact, they tried to make it seem like low barrier, no barrier. They couldn't give us a definition. They couldn't give us any differentiation there. And my contention, my point was, and I want homeless shelters. I want to help the homeless. I think I'm the only person here that actually maintains long-term relationships with people on the street. I know them. I asked for their opinions. I read the reports from both sides. I did. I talked to every single person that wanted to talk to me. And again, at the end of the day, I ended up asking the people in house that I knew, some of them with children. Some of them had been through the Mountain View site. Some of them who had been there they're now there for the second time. And every single one of them wanted a shelter. Every single one of them did. And I explained to them what the project was. It was low barrier, and I showed them the location on the map. And every single one of them would not take their families to a low barrier shelter. Every single one of them said that. And, I heard about financing. I heard, the problems that Mountain View has had were largely on staffing. And I heard Councilmember Jane say, well, I heard 75th percentile hiring or salaries, and that's good enough. And I'm going to say, staff for supportive housing in particular, especially when that was a consistent problem in Mountain View, and still is in a lot of cases. It's the reason why, Life Moves may be even facing, a legal challenge, a lawsuit. That's why they've had, 3, maybe even 4 directors in the last 3 years. But maybe 75th percentile is not sufficient to get good people with lived experience who know how to manage people and deal with the issues of homelessness, especially for a job that only seems to require a high school diploma, maybe a 75th percentile for
Vice Mayor Park, you're going through all your comments from the last public hearing.
Oh, no, because I don't think that they were listened to, and I think that's a very big difference.
I think everyone did listen to your comments from the last public hearing up here.
Understood.
So if you would like to ask your fellow council members that voted in favor if they would like to reconsider, I think that's appropriate at this time.
Understood. So I'm going to ask if they'll reconsider. And if we don't get a reconsideration, I do want it noted that this was not just clarifying. This was not just, and giving the people, doing to the people what is legal is a far cry from giving the people what they need, what they want, what they're asking for. So thank you. I would like to ask for reconsideration, and not seeing a reconsideration, I'd like to, and again, we're not saying no to the project. I think Councilmember Chahal had a very good alternative, which was, why don't we look at what else we could do? This proposal looked like it was rushed. We had a very sloppily presented information that was incorrect. I'd like to get some time to look at the financing, look at, how do we deal with the one thing that people complained about, which was low barrier. Even the homeless people complained about low barrier. That was the one thing that they complained about. We are congregating children at this site, and we're doing nothing to make the situation safer for them. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I actually respond to one aspect of that?
Yes,
the legal aspect of it. Appreciate Member Park's comments about it being clarifying. I didn't intend to say merely clarifying, and maybe I miscommunicated that as a legal standard. The fact that additional information or supplemental information might have been provided, by staff in response to comments and concerns doesn't cause me, again, any legal concerns or issues with the inappropriate nature of how the meeting was conducted. Again, in any meeting, single meeting context, staff doesn't always present everything up front. and in response to comments and concerns, additional information, can be provided. So merely clarifying is not what I intended to mean, and that would not be a legal standard by my standard that would compromise, again, the lawfulness in which the meeting was conducted.
And I'm saying, again, if you like your customers, give them a solution, and if you don't, just do what's legal.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Member Park, yeah, mine's just the legal, comment to that. I might just add one last point too as well, as was noted. The final approval of the contract will come back to this city council ultimately. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I also want this to be reconsidered. And one of the couple of major reasons I want is the county still put it 90 doors. That's very disturbing to me. Although they said they agreed to 30 families, why are they trying to manipulate 90 door binding on this property? So superficial or in reality, that's not truthful. So that itself raises a lot of flags to me, like what the proposal is going to the home key approval and what was presented to the residents and this council is very drastically different. And I was the one who raised the definition about the barriers, low barrier. What is the exact definition? That was not clarified. That it was they tried to give some information this and way, that way, but that was not clarified. And keeping in view the majority of the residents concerned about this low barrier point, and if they did not get the clarification on that from the right agency, basically, that was very disturbing to me, basically. So that's another point I would like to say, that we need to have answers to these questions before the county can proceed. And county could have proceeded without the consent of this council anyway. If they are trying to do what they want to do, they could have done it. This item should not have been brought to the council, but if it was brought to the council, it was take an opinion and take a feedback from the resident, then that should have been respected, basically. And those are the major points I would like this council to please reconsider, and we can have a thorough discussion about some of the points raised by the residents, and we can go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say the city attorney mentioned that the meeting was run lawfully. You had to look at it as one meeting, although we had it over 2 meetings, and we followed the procedure that we always follow for all of our hearings. We had nearly 200 speakers. We stayed here, it was past midnight, until everybody that had their hand up or were here in person had an opportunity to speak. Everybody that wanted to speak was called on to speak, and I only stopped it after there were no hands up. So I just want to make it clear that everybody who wanted to speak that came to the meeting or were online, and then we just continued it because we couldn't deliberate for another 5 hours, which took us the next meeting. We would have been here till 5 in the morning. So we brought it back to a reasonable time and followed our regular procedure. So I'm comfortable with that. I also thought the project had many red flags, and that's why I didn't support it. If it's not reconsidered, I think we'll have an opportunity when the contract comes back to make sure that Santa Clara is protected in every aspect of it. But based on the information that you just received from other council members, Councilmember Chahal, you're
Just
still up?
I missed one point, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead and finish, and then I'm going to call to see if there's a motion to reconsider. Go finish your last point, please.
Thank you. One point I missed was the operating cost for which the city is being held responsible, sort of. Although we are not sponsors for it, but we agreed to give the operating cost. And the formula for operating cost, I don't know how they came up with $3.4 million when they were having 90 independent residents, basically. And if there are 90 independent residents, they have to apply 90 case studies, 90 social workers have to be involved into those things, versus 30 families. So that formula of finding out what the operating cost itself gets defeated with the change. If they change from 90 individuals to 30 families, that whole operating cost formula should have changed. And that was not presented, what changes it would bring to the city. And the reason I'm saying that, because city is being held responsible, sort of we are contributing towards that expense, basically. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Chah. So with all that in mind, the 4 members that have the ability to make a motion to reconsider, is there any member that would like to reconsider based on any information you just heard from council members? Okay, I don't hear a motion to reconsider, so thank you all for your testimony. We are not going to reconsider that item. We're going to move on. So next we have the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. Do we have any items pulled for discussion? Councilmember Becker?
I have no items pulled for discussion. I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any member of the audience that would like to pull an item for discussion? Or anyone online? I don't see anyone. Can you let me know, City Clerk, if there's anyone? All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Please register your vote. So much easier when we're all here. We can press our buttons. Easier on the City Clerk, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have public presentations. Does any member of the public have a presentation on an item that is not on the agenda? City Clerk, please come forward. Welcome.
Thanks, Kirk Vartan. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you can see from PRA 2338-1, I did earlier this month, Vice Mayor Kevin Park has received all my email communications. Yet he fails to answer or address his statements about accusations leveled against Mayor Gilmore from the dais during the October 18, 2022 council meeting, just 3 weeks before the election. It's a sad situation when Vice Mayor Park feels he is above talking to the public. Vice Mayor Park was super comfortable accusing Mayor Gilmore of lying multiple times to the public and dismissing the need for an independent ethics commission. At that same October 18th meeting, Vice Mayor Park insisted the existing city systems were more than adequate, specifically referencing the Governance and Ethics Committee as that place. The many ethics and public trust issues referenced in the civil grand jury report, Unsportsmanlike Conduct, Santa Clara City Council, the report highly critical of Vice Mayor Park and 4 other council members regarding unethical behavior, those issues have not been addressed nor discussed. In fact, the response to the civil grand jury, the only accused council members supported, basically dismissed all concerns, including the one that suggested creating an independent ethics commission. First, the City Governance and Ethics Committee is not independent. It's basically run by members of the voting bloc. Second, the many ethical issues identified in this report about the City Council were not brought up at either of the last two governance meetings, even after Chair Sudge Jain met with ethics expert Tom Shanks for over 2 hours the Thursday before that meeting on I think it's the 11th. Vice Mayor Park was also in that last ethics committee meeting, and no ethics issues or the grand jury report were brought up. Since we have a new city attorney and city manager, welcome, it seems the responsibility to hold the council accountable falls to you too. This council majority clearly cannot police itself nor hold itself accountable. Please step in and install an independent ethics commission and make ethics in the city of Santa Clara a priority again. Vice Mayor Park used the very existence of the Governance and Ethics Committee as the sole reason not to support the grand jury's suggestion and Mayor Gilmore's request and motion to create an independent ethics commission. It has now been shown that the governance and ethics is not a place, there's no place in accountability, and a member of the council majority is indicted for felony perjury for lying about leaking this very report, also an ethics violation. Can Vice Mayor Park please explain if he still believes there is no need for an independent ethics commission? The law is the floor, not the ceiling, and even that seems to be impossible to achieve with this council. So, I ask, why won't this council support the creation of an independent ethics commission? What are they afraid of? Vice Mayor Park, why do you think an independent ethics commission is not needed? Thank you.
Dan, is he online? Is he here? Dan Ondrzak? I think he left. Oh. Okay, well, is he in the hallway? Okay. We'll go to Matthew. Is Matthew here? Online. Hello, Matthew. When you're ready. Hello, Matthew. I can't see him for some reason.
He's on mute. There he
Oh,
is.
there we go. Hello, Matthew. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, council members and staff. My name is Matthew Tinsley. I'm director of the Strong Start Initiative at the Santa Clara County Office of Education. The COVID pandemic has demonstrated that access to high-quality early care and education programs is essential for working families. Workers need a safe place for their young children in order to keep our economy moving. This is especially true for essential workers, caregivers who can't work from home, and low-income families. The City of Santa Clara has lost 30 licensed family childcare home providers serving almost 300 families during the pandemic, reducing options for parents and increasing barriers to workforce participation and economic recovery. It is essential that we consider early learning programs to be part of our community's vital infrastructure. There are specific actions that the city can take to support access to quality early learning programs. These could include updating city policies and enforcement to reflect that childcare is a residential use of property, waiving all city fees and charges to register, open, and run a family childcare home, and including family childcare home providers in small business programs, supports, and grant opportunities. Please review the flyer I previously provided to the city clerk for additional information. The decisions you make have direct impact on the lives of children and families. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Do we have any other speakers? I don't see any. All right, we're moving on then. Consent items pulled for discussion. We don't have any. So we have item number 5 now. It's a public hearing. Fiscal year 23-24 final annual action plan for the use of federal housing and urban development grant funds. And this is a public hearing, so I'm going to declare the public hearing open. Welcome, Adam.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Adam Marcus with the Housing and Community Services Division, here to share a short presentation and answer any questions on the annual action plan proposed for the next fiscal year. This is the second and final public hearing for the upcoming 2023-2024 annual action plan. The plan details public service and capital programming recommendations for the federal housing and urban development funds for the upcoming year. It requires that the city hold 2 hearings to gather public comment on staff recommendations. On April 4th, the first public hearing took place, and tonight is the second and final hearing. Comments from the first hearing included testimony from nonprofit agencies on the importance of their programs. Also, the City Council emphasized the importance of Liberty Tower, the elevator improvement project, and wanted to make sure that both elevators were improved at once. Councilmember Hardy asked what uncapped income limits were, and I do have an answer for you this evening. And that's in section AP 55 of the document. Capped income limits are the normal income limits used to determine if a client is eligible for our programs. For example, the capped normal limit for Santa Clara for a one-person household at 80% of area median income is $92,250. HUD does allow certain high-income areas to exceed capped limits to reflect actual median income for the area. Santa Clara is one of these high-cost areas and is allowed to use a higher uncapped limit. Thus, for a one-person household at 80% of area median income, the uncapped threshold here in Santa Clara for eligibility would be a little higher at $94,900. And we have a full chart that's organized by household size. After the first public hearing, the city received more program income and staff updated estimates of unspent funds from prior years. The CDBG funds from prior years was updated from $686,320 to just over $1 million, which was an increase of $363,965. Prior year funds are made up of program income that come in during the year, and funds that were once programmed becoming unprogrammed, such as when activities do not fully use the funds allocated to them. There were no updates to the home fund amounts. The major change to the staff recommendation for funding allocations is related to Liberty Tower. It was recommended by council to increase funding levels that would allow both elevators to be completed at once. The initial estimate for both elevators was $850,000. Liberty Tower requested $750,000 and that they would fund the gap. Staff is recommending an increase from $249,000 to $53,000, which you can see there on the chart, the new number, to $750,000, the original request. That's an increase of $500,747. This change would be funded by the increased prior year funds and a reduction in the NCIP program from $500,000 to $352,000. It would allow Liberty Tower to use reserves for other important capital projects, such as fixing leaks that are currently an issue. It would also be a more efficient way to meet the city's timeliness considerations with spending our CDBG dollars. Lastly, we do need time to ramp up the NCIP capacity by filling the vacant inspector position and vetting more general contractors, which are hard to find to participate in the program, and is one of the limiting factors to being able to ramp up the program. And lastly, for the NCIP program, when program income comes back in, that's from people who borrowed money for NCIP, it has to go back to NCIP. It can't be used for other sources. So if money comes in during the year, then that's just more work that we can do on the NCIP program. Lastly, minor changes were made to shift Project Sentinel's landlord-tenant mediation program from CDBG to the general fund, because we already collect fees to support the program. To offset that shift, Hope Services and Silicon Valley Independent Living Center were shifted from the general fund back to CDBG. Silicon Valley Independent Living Center funding was increased slightly from $21,000 to $30,000 because of our policy to have a minimum grant size for CDBG projects. And wrapping up, the staff recommendation is to approve the 2023-2024 final annual action plan and direct staff to incorporate all public comment prior to submission to HUD. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with council questions, and it is a public hearing. I'm going to the public. Councilmember Becker?
Sorry, I have no questions. I forgot it's a public hearing.
All right, so I'm going to go to the public now. First, we have Teresa. Teresa online. Go ahead, Teresa.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council, for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I am the director of the Meals on Wheels program at the Health Trust, and I want to just note that we really thank you for your past support, and we value our partnership with the City of Santa Clara, and we're grateful for the recommended funding for fiscal year 24. Our program does expect to serve 350,000 meals in FY24, which will be an increase of about 20% over this year. Since the COVID pandemic, we more than tripled the number of clients and home delivered meals that we provide seniors. I'd like to tell you about one of our clients, Mary. She's 80 years old and she lives alone in Santa Clara. She's been receiving our Meals on Wheels since 2018. Several years ago, she was released from the hospital, and it was recommended that she apply for Meals on Wheels. Since she does live alone and it's difficult for her to get around and shop and cook, and she has back problems, arthritis, and heart issues, what Marion says of our program is the Meals on Wheels has saved my life. I would not have been eating this well without Meals on Wheels. Tom, my driver, is wonderful, as are the rest of the staff. You folks are a miracle to me, and without the Health Trust, I would not be here. I just want to note that we did serve 21,632 meals last year in Santa Clara to 93 homebound seniors. Again, we appreciate your partnership. We provide more than a meal. We do wellness checks on our clients. We provide them with birthday handmade blankets, gift set during the holidays. And your support is so meaningful to us. And we thank you very much.
Thank you, Teresa. I'm going to ask if any members of our public that are here in the audience would like to speak. Please come forward.
John Haggerty. I wanted to take this opportunity to talk about the bigger picture of housing, the macro factors. You heard a good presentation of the micro Santa Clara local factors. So the macro factors I want to focus on of supply and demand are, if our national border were better secured, there would be less demand for housing in this area and the rest of the country. So perhaps our city council could send Washington a resolution calling for a secure border. They did something like that with respect to Proposition 8 a month or so ago. So it's something that they have done before. Second, if Sacramento would stop early releasing tens of thousands of criminals, convicts who haven't completed their term and who don't adjust well, we might have less need for interim housing. Governor Newsom said, and Governor Brown before him, if we release these people, we're going to save money because we won't have to house them in prisons. Well, I think this Benton project proves that you save money in prisons, but you still have to house them when they're maladjusted out here. So I would recommend that this council send a petition to Sacramento saying, don't early release these people that we put in prison, because perhaps they'd be better off there than needing the Benton project. Anyway, third factor, and I spoke about this at a previous meeting, cut developers' fees. You cut developers' fees, you'll increase the supply of housing. I know one council member thinks that the fees are low enough because we've had a lot of housing. Well, I think if they were lower, you'd have even more housing. So basic laws of supply and demand. Lower the cost, you'll have more houses. So cut the developer fees. Finally, back in the 90s, this city had a good policy of allowing granny flats to increase the stock of housing. They've kind of backed off on that a little bit. I think it would be great if they would allow more granny flat housing that could be used for people other than granny, perhaps even homeless people among the good Samaritans out there that want to take care of that. You have more granny flats, increase supply, and you solve the housing problem. And I'm not a big fan of rent subsidies because you increase demand without increasing supply. So I just give you the macro factors and hope they're of some value to you. Thank you.
Wow, that's loud. Please come forward. I think I've heard that in a while. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor
I
Gilmore.
want to pull the microphone to you.
I'm sorry.
That's good.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and council members and city staff, and welcome to the new city manager. My name is Kathy Betts, and I'm the Director of Operations at Liberty Tower, and we were incredibly grateful to hear that the city was able to fund some additional funds of our original ask, and that has given us quite a breath of fresh air, because now we'll be able to address some other additional issues that we have in our 50-year-old building. We have been housing seniors since 1973. This is our 50th year of affordable housing, and I believe we're the oldest affordable housing provider in the city of Santa Clara. And we used to be right across in the old quad where the old church was and where the old downtown Santa Clara was. So we can't even tell you how grateful we are, and we thank you for your consideration tonight. And our executive director, Priscilla Haynes, couldn't be here this evening, but wanted me to be available if you had any additional questions. But more than that, to just say sincerely how much we appreciate the council of putting that priority of our seniors first and foremost. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for waiting with us tonight, and we appreciate you being here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? Okay, I have Pilar. Go ahead, Pilar, if you're ready.
I am.
Here you are.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Pilar Furlong, and I'm the Chief Community Resources Officer at Bill Wilson Center. I'm honored to present to you this evening to encourage your approval of the fiscal year 24 annual action plan for Santa Clara. The annual action plan includes recommendations for allocation and award of the community development block grants to local agencies who provide services to low and extremely low income residents in Santa Clara. Bill Wilson Center is once again recommended for CDBG funds from the city to support our school counseling services for youth and families. Unfortunately, this year we were not recommended for continued funding of our homelessness prevention program for students in Santa Clara Unified School District. So we're going to be discontinuing that program as of June 30. The ongoing partnership that Bill Wilson Center has with the city has enabled us to maintain strong relationships with local public schools and the community so we can help those in need access individual or family counseling. These are families that usually spend their limited income on housing and food, not necessarily counseling. Our counseling program addresses a variety of problems facing individuals, such as family conflict, substance abuse, depression, anxiety, stress, school problems. Our counselors focus on helping people develop the skills and confidence they need to handle any crisis. And we look for the positive in each person to build upon those strengths to incorporate a no-fail approach. Bill Wilson Center provides a continuum of care for youth in our community, and our partnership with the city is a vital link in that continuum. So thank you for your time, and I would ask you to approve the annual action plan as presented by staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Pilar. Georgia? Go ahead, Georgia.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. I'm Georgia Basile. I'm the Directing Attorney of Senior Adults Legal Assistance. Many of you know us as SALA. We are a nonprofit law office that provides free legal services to Santa Clara seniors, targeting clients that are low income or at risk of abuse or loss of independence. Our current CDBG funding from the City of Santa Clara supports expanded availability of our services for Santa Clara seniors, and we are so very grateful for that. In the action plan before you, the city staff is recommending $30,000 in funding for SALA to continue our services next year. We are currently working out details with the Santa Clara Senior Center to reinstate our on-site appointments there very soon. And I will also be at the Be Strong, Live Long Fair at Santa Clara Senior Center on May 19, so I hope you'll stop by our table. We cannot charge fees for our clients for their services or accept fee-generating cases under the Older Americans Act. The primary way that we support our services is through grants like CDBG. Your funding helps us provide the highest level of service possible, and for that we are most grateful. Again, we thank you for your current support, and we hope the City Council will support the staff recommendation for funding in the action plan for senior adults legal assistance. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you, Georgia. All right, next we have Katie. Go ahead, Katie.
Good evening. Thank you so much. My name is Katie Fanton. I'm the Vice President of Programs at Abode Services, and I'm here to just speak to ask the council to approve the action plan as submitted by city staff. We are the current tenant-based rental assistance provider for the city of Santa Clara and have been that provider since 2015. We're excited about the possibility of both this current plan and extended funding because we acknowledge that there's a population of folks that are going to be served in this way that have been perhaps underserved in the past. And we look forward to the possibility of continuing to partner with the city in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. I don't see any other speakers online. Do we have any in the audience? All right. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion.
Second. Go ahead.
Motion, Councilmember Becker, second, Councilmember Chahal. Close the public hearing. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Councilmember Becker?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to adopt by recommendation, approve the 2023-2024 final annual action plan, and direct staff to incorporate all public comment prior to submission to HUD.
Right, we have a motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Chahal for staff recommendation to approve the final action plan. And, hold on a second. Councilmember Hardy, did you have a comment?
Yeah, a very quick one. I will say that in 1989, I had the opportunity to work with Project Sentinel as a renter, and they were very helpful, and it made a difference. I know the Bill Wilson Center makes a difference for many of the students in the school district, and when we talk about housing situations, the state has made it very easy now for accessory dwelling units, used to be called granny units, to be put on properties. They do not have to be 8,000 square feet anymore. So we are really moving towards having a better, more inclusive situation. Thank you.
All right, you can vote now. I lost my,
Okay.
because I had to go see who wanted to speak, so I lost my screen.
So do we have any other council speakers?
No.
I can't see that window right now, just in case.
No, there are none.
Okay.
I register yes. I lost my
And
screen.
then Vice Mayor Park, what is your cast your vote, please? Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you, and thank you for those who attended. Thank you, Adam, we appreciate it. All right, next we have another public hearing to waive the first reading and take action on the introduction of an ordinance to amend zoning code section 18.60.050 to permit fuel cells and photovoltaic panels, I probably said that wrong, as an allowable use without need for a use permit, as well as require other electric power plants to adhere to state of California emissions requirements in MP, planned industrial ML, light industrial MH, heavy industrial B, public, quasi-public, and public park or recreation, and PD, planned development zoning districts. And this is a public hearing, so it's open to the public.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Rena Brio, the Assistant Director of Community Development. And thank you, Mayor Gilmore, for reading that very lengthy introduction to the item, so I don't have to state it all over for you. However, essentially, we're looking at the City Council to consider an amendment to the zoning code, section 18.60.50, and it's going to specifically look at electric power plants, two particular types, which are fuel cells as well as photovoltaics, as well as create new requirements for all other electric power plants so that they meet California emission standards.
Okay.
So before getting into the specifics of the zoning code, just want to answer the big picture question about why are we changing the zoning code for these reasons. Big picture answer is that in 2022, the City Council adopted our climate action plan, and we have very aggressive goals for how we're going to get to a carbon neutral community by 2045. The specifics of this zoning code amendment will help make some difference to ultimately get us to that cap goal. So in getting to the specifics of the zoning code, our zoning code defines electric power plants, and I'm going to read it for you in some shorter way, but so you get the general gist, which is electric power plants are all equipment, fixtures, and personal property operated and maintained in connection with the production of electricity using any source of thermal, steam, wind, or solar energy with a generating capacity of more than 500 kilowatts and less than 50 megawatts, or property used for the transmission of electricity so produced. Elsewhere in our zoning code, it specifies that electric power plants are potentially permitted in 4 zoning districts. However, you need to first obtain a conditional use permit. So to remind folks what a conditional use permit involves, it's a discretionary permit. It needs to be approved by the City Planning Commission. It also goes through CEQA review, and that process takes a minimum of, it's, as you know, it's a public hearing that's noticed, a minimum of 3 months to go through the process, and likely more. So what the proposal is for specifically for 2 technologies, photovoltaic panels and fuel cells, they actually meet the definition of electric power plant because they have larger capacity, generating capacity in their industrial or commercial or industrial, or I should say institutional applications. And thus, those two technologies actually require a conditional use permit today. So the first part of the zoning code amendment is the proposal to specifically remove the use permit process for photovoltaic panels and for fuel cells to allow them by right. For photovoltaics, or PVs as we call them, the zoning code amendment proposal aligns with state legislation that recognizes PVs as a clean energy source, and the state even provides a statutory CEQA exemption for PV installation. For fuel cells, the zoning code amendment proposal allows that this alternative energy technology would be streamlined. So investigating what is the standard practice among other cities in our general community of Santa Clara County. First, fuel cells aren't typically enumerated in zoning codes. However, the city of San Jose has enumerated fuel cells, and they have specifically called it out as a permitted use. Other jurisdictions in their zoning code do not specifically state fuel cells, but in reaching out to peer jurisdictions, essentially they aren't regulating fuel cells as a specific use. However, they are, through the building permit process, having planning review more from an aesthetic perspective to screen these really mechanical devices. So just wanted to create some context that it is standard practice for fuel cells to be considered a permitted use as far as I could research or tell. Also, the zoning code ordinance proposal satisfies a settlement with Bloom Energy. So Bloom has agreed in this settlement to utilize renewable energy sources and or offsets in its fuel cells and to provide the city ongoing evidence of this. And the city, on our end, has agreed to introduce an ordinance, which is this one, to remove the conditional use permit requirement for fuel cells, and the city's action to remove such a requirement is a condition for Bloom's obligation under the settlement agreement. So for fuel cells and for PVs, especially with the terms of the settlement requiring the use of renewable energy sources for fuel cells, the city has assurances that these technologies will be clean and should be permitted uses. So the next part of the zoning code amendment proposal is to have all other electric power plants not exceed the California emissions requirements set by the California Renewable Portfolio Standard Program, otherwise known as RPS. And what RPS really does is it establishes minimum requirements for electricity production that has to come from renewable energy sources and creates dates or deadlines that associate with those percentages. For instance, by December 31st of 2024, it states that 44% of energy production must come from renewable sources. And that ratchets all the way up, I should say, to December 31st, 2045, when 100% of energy production has to come from renewable sources. So emissions requirements can be met in part or whole by purchasing renewable energy credits or offsets that meet the California Air Resource Board requirements. And what we've baked into this ordinance, because environmental laws are always becoming more progressive, more aggressive, that if these targets become amended, either through legislation or there are regulatory changes, the more stringent requirements will become applicable. So back to the big picture. So the proposed amendment is consistent with the city's climate action plan, and specifically the target to achieve net carbon neutrality by 2045, and the city's general plan policy, which specifically says that the city should actively promote the use of renewable energy resources, conservation, and recycling programs. So with the commitment to utilize renewable fuel offsets, Bloom's fuel cells would also be carbon neutral by 2045 and reach interim targets starting at 2025. So on April 12th, the Planning Commission heard this item, and they made two recommendations to the City Council. First, they recommended adoption of the ordinance as it's currently drafted and presented to you. Secondly, they made a different recommendation, and that was really spurred by the conversation that they had at the commission. They were concerned about one aspect of the particular amendment, and that was the removal of the use permit for fuel cells. Specifically, what the commission was concerned about is that by removing the discretionary permit process, the city would not be able to conduct complete CEQA review on fuel cell applications, individual projects. And they were concerned that we didn't have the analysis or information and wanted the city to be able to continue to require the evaluation of the particular resource areas that would normally happen through CEQA. So biological resources, greenhouse gas emissions, aesthetics, land use, cultural resources, hazards and hazardous materials, and mineral resources, tribal cultural resources, air quality, geology, noise, and recreation and utility services. So those are the typical resources that get evaluated in an initial study for CEQA. So after the Planning Commission, staff looked at fuel cells, not an individual proposal, but just what fuel cells are likely to present or not present in terms of any impacts to the CEQA resources that the Planning Commission was concerned about. And there are some reasons why staff does not believe that fuel cells are likely to present CEQA resources, impacts to those CEQA resource areas. First, fuel cells are ancillary to the primary uses on a site. So they are providing backup power to industrial uses, commercial uses, institutional uses. They're not changing those particular uses, and so those sites are already developed pretty actively. Secondly, installing a fuel cell or constructing a fuel cell actually involves very minimal to no soil excavation, and therefore that avoids potential impacts to certain resources like biology resources, cultural and tribal resources, geology, hydrology, or minerals. And although I don't have it up on the slide, fuel cells also don't emit any sort of obnoxious noise or loud noise that's typical of other electricity producing uses. So also from a noise standpoint, the city has other areas such as our city code, which we could enforce if noise became an issue on stationary use, on a stationary use like a fuel cell, for instance. So that also, from a noise standpoint, isn't something that would likely create a CEQA resource impact, and the city could take action if needed through using other tools. And the Bay Area Air Quality Management District does exempt certified fuel cells. So with these areas of consideration, staff has the recommendation for the City Council to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance to amend the zoning code section 1860-50 to permit fuel cells and photovoltaic panels as an allowable use without the need for a use permit, as well as require other electric power plants to adhere to state of California emissions requirements in the MP, which is planned industrial, ML, which is light industrial, MH, which is heavy industrial, B, which is public, quasi-public, and public park or recreation, and PD, which is planned development zoning districts. That concludes the staff report, and I'm happy to take questions.
All right, thank you very much for that. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Rena. My first question is, if they're going to store compressed natural gas or compressed hydrogen on site, would that change the conditional use permit? And then my second question is, like, if somebody does a PV facility and they want to put battery in conjunction with that, is the battery require a CUP? So those are basically my questions. Thank you.
So I do not believe actually the storage of compressed natural gas or hydrogen would trigger the need for a CUP. The city's fire department does review really potentially dangerous sources of fuel, for instance, and so they would still have to go through that permitting process. And no, it would not require CUP in order for them to install a battery in conjunction with the photovoltaic panels.
All right, thank you. This is a public hearing, so I'm going to ask if there's any members of the public that would like to speak. Please come forward. Welcome back.
Thank you. I didn't anticipate speaking 3 times tonight, but I thank you for listening to me and giving me this opportunity. It seems like what we have here is really 2 motions, which are different. One is CUP, abolishing the need for that, and the other is to require the electric company to have more renewable. And so it's really 2 motions, and I don't know whether this is an omnibus compromise or whatever, but I like the first part of it, which would reduce the cost of housing. You know, I mean, I'm in favor of eliminating as many permits as possible so that we have lower housing costs, so that we have more people in homes. Second part, it looks to me, and almost undeniable, it's going to push up the price of energy. So therefore, I'm against it because, you know, energy prices are higher enough, and this is not going to reduce energy prices, but it looks likely to me like it would increase energy prices. So if you could break it into 2 motions and vote for one but not the other, that would be what I would recommend. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this issue? No? Do we have any? I don't see anyone online. Do we have anyone online? All right. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion.
Councilmember Becker.
Motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Chahal to close the public hearing. I heard Chahal first, so I'm going with what I hear. You're all wrong. It was Raj. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Councilmember Becker?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion for staff's recommendation of waiving the first reading and introduce an ordinance to amend zoning code section 18.60.050 to permit fuel cells and voltaic, I'm learning new words today, panels as an allowable use without need for a use permit, as well as require other electric power plants to adhere to state of California emissions requirements in MP, planned industrial, ML, light industrial, MH, heavy industrial, B, public, quasi-public, and public park or recreation, and PD, planned development zoning districts.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Rena, is that the recommendation? Is that the motion recommendation that you put forward for staff? I'm just double checking.
Believe so.
Okay.
This one?
It sounded like
I mean,
it.
you weren't hanging on every word. Okay. All right. It sounded like it. Okay. Because I know the Planning Commission had other things. Okay. All right. We have a motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy. Did I get it right this time? Yeah. Okay.
You have a hand.
Can you tell me who it is? Because if I look, then who? Oh, Vice Mayor Park, because if I look, it'll knock me out of the voting. Okay. Vice Mayor Park?
Thank you. So I know that we're kind of separating Bloom out and fuel cells out. Very special case. We also have an agreement that we kind of need to support. But I mean, I hear that Bloom would need renewable energy sources and/or offsets in its fuel cells, and I see the tentative schedule, which is, I think you said December 31st, 2024, and then so on and so forth, up to 100% by 2045. Yeah, and Bloom is also on that schedule, right? They're going to start a little late because I think the first date that I see is 2025. But are there any requirements for, well, actually, are there any limits to offsets that can be used to achieve these numbers? Like, are there any limits? Right, that's the first question. And the second question is, I hear the public, I hear Mr. Haggerty, and he's asked the question, which is, we've got 2 things. Waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance to amend zoning code section 1860.050 to permit fuel cells and photovoltaic panels as an allowable use without the need for a use permit. That's one. Then there's the and. As well as and this is the second part, require other electric power plants to adhere to state of California emissions requirements in these different zonings, you know, and those are kind of two. And to be honest, I don't know that it would be, you know, any less efficient, but I don't know even that the votes would be different, that the outcomes would be different if we split them up. But I would like to consider what the public is asking, and perhaps if there is if I can get anyone to support this, maybe break this up into two motions, just an ask. So I have a question for staff and I have an ask for the motion maker. Would you be willing to break this up into two different motions? I don't know that the outcome would be substantially different, but at least we would address the question that was asked of the council.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Manuel Pineda once again. So I think the initial question was regarding to the renewable energy requirements for Bloom, as well as if there's any limits on the credits. So for Bloom, there's two different sets of requirements, one for existing permit submittals that they had, and then any future submittals that they will do. It's slightly the future ones is slightly less than the state requirements for the interim periods. However, for 2045, they do have the 100% requirement, just like the state does. In the interim, it's a little bit of a change of how they get there compared to the current state requirements. Regarding the credits, now there is no limit. There's options. You can use renewable energy credits. You can use RECs. You can use greenies. You can use carb offsets, or you can use renewable fuel as well, depending on kind of what the options would be. And those are the same both for the Bloom fuel cells, any other fuel cell, or any other facility that comes into the city. Regarding the code change in the motion, I'll rely on the city attorney if he wants to add to this as well. But and Rena can add to it as well. But this is one modification to the code, so we're modifying one section of the code. So as such, we are putting it all into one motion to make that modification. There was no need to break it into two, but I said that the city attorney or Rena can provide any additional clarification for the council if needed.
And just for clarification, I'm not wedded to that. If there's issues that bring up that could be brought up that would make the single motion the only option, I don't have a problem with that. But I do want to know if we could address the public concern, or if we can't. Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor for the single motion. So, City Attorney, did you have an answer to that?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I was looking at the ordinance to see if it could be separated, and it's really drafted as kind of an integrated ordinance, so I think it would be challenging to break it up on the fly like that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So unless the maker of the motion and second wants to break it up, are there any other comments on the motion? I don't see a willingness to break it up. So let's go again, please. We have a motion and a second for staff recommendation. Please register your votes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Manuel and Rena. Appreciate and staff time on this. All right, now we have reports of members and special committees. Do we have any reports? Okay, seeing none. City manager?
I had my hand up, sorry.
Well, you guys need to put them up quickly. We always put them up as I'm leaving. Okay, Vice Mayor Park.
Yeah, I just want to say that I attended two Asian American awareness events. One was for from Joe Samidian. It was the founders, and organizations like Aki that have supported the Asian American community for years and years and years, and I'd like to see them more integrated. I'd like to see more support from Santa Clara City itself so that we can get care that we need. I mean, I think people don't understand that we are only 20% served in mental health in this area, and that means 1 out of 5 people get some help. Doesn't mean they get the help they need, they just get some help. But when we look at the numbers based on minorities, based on different races, that number goes down to almost zero, because it's really difficult to get people with with language skills and with the knowledge into communities that aren't very large. Also went to a town hall hosted by Congressmember Ro Khanna and Assembly Member Alex Lee, no longer of our district, but still remember him. Also recognizing the Asian Americans in their community. And I think that it was timely and it was a good thing, and fun was had by all. Councilmember Jane was also there, but maybe he can tell us more about that himself. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Mayor. From May 1st to Wednesday, May 3rd, I was in Washington, D.C. for the NCPA, that's the Northern California Power Agency Federal Policy Conference. We met with FERC commissioners, that's the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, Mark Christie, Allison Clements, James Danley. We also met with the staff of Anna Eshoo, Diane Feinstein, and Ro Khanna. The asks that we were making were support for a hydrogen electrolyzer in Lodi, direct tax credits. This is where nonprofits and government agencies could get the same renewable energy tax credits that private companies, that taxable companies would get. Advanced bond refunding, supply chain issues. We have a reservoir that we manage that is silting up at 12 times the normal rate, the anticipated rate, due to climate change, bigger storm events, also wildfires that have burned the trees that hold the water. So we're asking the U.S. Forest Service to allow us to relocate that sediment from the McKay's Reservoir back onto Forest Service lands, and then for a solution for managing the wood waste from clearing trees under power lines. So those are the things that we are advocating for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I attended the event on Saturday regarding Supervisor Simitian's support in honor of ACCI, the 50 years that ACCI has been providing services to the Asian American community. He honored the original founders as well as the current board president and members of the staff. I'm happy to say that the City of Mountain View actually hosted the event at their senior center in Mountain View, and it was very well attended. So many electeds were there. The City of Santa Clara presented to ACCI a mayoral certificate honoring the 50 years that ACCI has, again, been supporting these important and invaluable services to the Asian American community. And I'd also like to state that tomorrow is National Asian American Pacific Islander Mental Health Day, and the city has also, at the request of ACCI, prepared a city proclamation that has been presented to this organization, and the City of Santa Clara is actually only one of a few cities that have presented proclamations to honor this day, along with members of our federal government and many Asian American endorsing organizations that are supporting National Asian American Pacific Islander Mental Health Day. So thank you for that.
Okay, next we have the City Manager Executive Director report.
Mayor, no formal report. Under this section of the agenda, you do have your normal temporary, tentative meeting agenda calendar that we typically refer to as TMAC, that covers your meetings through August 22nd.
Okay. Thank you very much. So before we adjourn, I'd like to ask that the council adjourn this meeting in memory of Bishop Patrick J. McGrath. It's with great sadness. Bishop Patrick Joseph McGrath passed away at 77 years old on May 7th, 2023, and lost his battle with pneumonia. Bishop McGrath was born June 11th, 1945 in Dublin, Ireland. Bishop McGrath was loved by many and served in the Archdiocese of San Francisco in many capacities. He became the second bishop of the Diocese of San Jose, serving 20 years from 1999 to 2019, including overseeing many Catholic parishes and schools in Santa Clara. In fact, he delivered many sacraments to all of my children over the years. Just an incredible bishop. We offer our thoughts and prayers for the entire Diocese of San Jose, his family, and his friends, and adjourn in his memory. May I please have a motion to adjourn in Bishop
moved.
Patrick J. McGrath's memory?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Councilmember Becker to adjourn in his memory. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned.